8:31. I would like to call to order the Newcastle City Council 2023 Budget Workshop. This is a council special meeting. This meeting is being held live, and it is being streamed live on YouTube. Today's meeting is very informal. It is a high-level overview of the preliminary budget. You can follow that. Congratulations. It's Saturday morning. And, please wait to be recognized before you jump in. That's very helpful to make sure everybody can speak and nobody's talking over somebody else. I would like to also welcome our new city manager, Mr. Scott Pingle. Welcome. Good morning. And I will allow him to, he will be participating fully in this meeting. I will allow him to say a couple of words. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Very excited to be here, excited to get going. Especially just with the timing, both kind of outgoing from Progress and starting with Newcastle. It's budget season, and so it's kind of fun timing. So I'm excited to jump in and get going and kind of understand where challenges are.
All right, and again, we're on a very tight schedule, so I want to be mindful of everybody's opportunity to participate and stay on time as much as we can. And with that, I'll turn it over to interim city manager Bob Larson, who will introduce our finance director, Don Palmer. Good morning, Bob.
Thank you, Mayor, councilors. Thank you for being here this morning. I want to start with a couple comments, and a lot of work goes into these things, you can imagine, but behind the scenes, if you will, in addition to the department heads and all the staff who's helped out, I want to especially recognize Paul, Christian, and Kelly for all their efforts getting this thing ready to go. In particular, Paul and Christian, yesterday, Kelly working with them, but you imagine putting this package together late last night. I was getting emails from staff that things were good. So thank you for all that effort. Very important. Staff presentations, if you wouldn't mind, council, they're fairly short at 8:35 to, 9 and 9:15. We've got to get this through pretty quickly. If you wouldn't mind waiting until the end of each of those presentations before you'd ask any questions, you wouldn't mind jotting them down. So try to get to those as much as you possibly can. And I want to make sure that they do that. And then I also mentioned, this is obviously in the future, but Scott's first day is going to be next Wednesday, August 31st. So essentially I will be finished, complete with my interim work here. I want to thank the council members for the opportunity to be able to do this. We'll ask you to anticipate exceptional experience and appreciate the effort of helping staff to work on this. The other thing is the goals of the day, if you will. My goal for the council anyway, the staff, we want to get through this high-level overview and give council an appreciation of what you're facing, not just for next year. That's critical in 2023, but you have to develop a preliminary budget, but also the years out from there, 2024, 2025. You're going to see some information if you've had a chance to read it in the last couple of days. You have noticed as well, and we've got some challenges here. And I want to make sure everybody understands. That's partly why I want the staff to present all that information about the operations, the programs, all the services that are provided here. You can understand that and comprehend that. That's way that way when you start talking the budget, it's better, much more, hopefully, with information, then you can make an informed decision eventually on that. Thank you.
And just a note too as well, this meeting does not include a public comment session. Please note the City Council will hold a series of public hearings about the budget as we move forward in the upcoming months. Don, good morning.
Good morning. I want to preface for echo something that Bob had mentioned. I've been doing this budgeting since 1982, and this is the first time in all the years that I've been doing this we have an opportunity to have two city managers sit out at a budget workshop. So that's kind of cool. Got lots of years of expertise here. Second thing I want to mention is we are just putting together a book for you that is a culmination of all the different department heads and your managers. So when we go through these budgets, what you'll see is them checking on vendors, them looking at contracts and contractors and whatnot to get the best price available for an estimate for 2023 budget. We've seen price escalation of 8 to 15% in some of the areas, so it's huge and we don't have much choice, and that's one of the reasons why the escalation. But it's not in the assumptions that we're increasing that beyond in 2024 because some slides, and one of the slides, there's gonna be an intermission, which is when the department, is gonna start. So, I'm gonna go through that. And, one of the things that I also mentioned is that the first slide is very, very high level, and then we'll go down on some of the other departments after that. So with that,
I was gonna mention that they've got that packet on you as well.
you have a packet in front of you that shows that information.
Right.
Looks like this, and what you're gonna see is, references to page numbers on the slides too, so it'll help you go through your book, okay? I need to slide on button.
Check the, what I always tell is on is I push the red down, push the red button down.
That was later.
Okay, it's on.
And then this button, right?
At that point, it's not.
Thank you. Batteries. What was it?
The receiver wasn't plugged in.
Oh. Thanks. And it's not always a technical lesson, Aaron. Okay, so, with that, we're gonna have an overview, we're gonna go, this basically is the same as your agenda items. So these are things that we're gonna try to go through. All right, so the first thing, is,
That just means that you
yeah, that's good. So, this one is the total operations budget. Below is the other financial sources and uses, debt, capital, and transfers. Okay? Of highlight is a negative $7 million, $7.7 million. It has to do with all the ARPA funds that went back and forth between in 2022, going back and forth between the general fund and the human reserve fund. So that's a bulk of that, a big drop. And then $1.5 million, it also was, reserve fund. So that was budgeted for last year. And then, the other big comment I wanted to point out is public safety, 11 and 15%. The police budget is actually higher than 11%, but because we have a budget reconciliation plan, because the police department is understaffed this year, we see that going into 2023 is when that will be corrected. This year, in 2022, we saw a over $350,000 budget correction. I only budgeted $200. So what happened was, staff of the police staff had to pick up the ball and work overtime and do other things with shorter staff, which brings up higher reconciliation. Not something we look to plan for, but it happened. Okay. I think those are the other 18% in executive. Some of that, well, I'll go through the assumptions a little bit later. So anyway, you can see the higher percentages, bottom line. So the budget assumptions for 2023 to make up these huge costs is related to, we're going to go after the bank amounts with this budget, the 1% plus the 1% bank. Okay? And the sales tax is also increased year over year because of online retail sales tax. Okay, that's the majority of the contribution. New construction is up a bit in sales tax. The other thing that's coming in this year, in 2023, I should say, developer revenue, and it has delayed projects, and I'll need some more detail later on when we get to revenue after the work department managed stuff. The presentations. SWIM, 13.5% rate increase that was approved. It's expenditures, staff, heard all the requests based on 2022 increases, which is what I just mentioned. Salary and benefits and 4% cost of living adjustment. Mindful that all the cities around us are way more than the 4%, and we have inflationary factors of 9.1% as of June to June. So 4%, we're on the low end for everybody else, and we're trying to be competitive. The other thing is a 3% merit and then a 10% adjustment in healthcare. And we will get fine-tune the numbers in the upcoming budget when we have better information, but that's what we're doing so far. The ERB fund includes $283,000 in vehicles and equipment, and facilities has $315,000 improvements and $225,000 that generator. However, I want to mention that the resolution that hasn't gone to council yet isn't included in these numbers yet. And that will be in the next iteration when city council approves the resolution, letting us know for sure that we're going to do some of the things that are in the buckets that we said for pandemic relief. And then I already mentioned something about public safety, fire contract, same thing. In an earlier slide, I said increases of 11%. It's actually 13% on the contract. Okay? But because of the reconciliation, I dropped it to 11. So this is the gorilla in the room right here, the general fund. Okay. So it's on page 5 of your book, and we have a $1.1 million shortfall. If you saw a lower number, we did some quality control yesterday, and that's why Christian was here late last night, because we had a bunch of fixes that we need to see one number change. It changes 10 different sheets. I used to say when I was in another city, one number changed 64 items, and sometimes that's true. But we have a $1.1 million deficit, and it gets larger by 2024, and then continues to get larger. Cumulative of that is. So we've got to solve that in 2023, and or there's you'll see later on why just the needs to go back. There's not a lot of wood. So the things that in this slide that I showed you earlier, executive all the way down to parks maintenance, that's all in the general fund. Okay, and so everything below that, streets, surface water, urban facilities, are all in different funds. So it's the general fund that we're really focused on, from parks maintenance on to executive. Okay, so I'm going to show you some things like the transportation fund is healthy. I've said that, I think, in the council meetings. There's also on page 5. I didn't break this out in this manner in the years past, these budget retreats, but I did this year because I just want to illustrate the fact that things that came up during the discussion about using pandemic relief monies, really, there's some things that you don't need to do, like transportation issues, for example. You can actually use, REIT is the biggest contributor of the $6.4 million fund balance. I'll get to that in a moment too. Well, I don't have to have that one slide on REIT, but I'm just saying that REIT is healthy. So,
I'm sorry to interrupt. We are getting a little public feedback that is very difficult to hear, so if you all will project, pretend your audience is sitting at home. They might help people on YouTube.
you and me?
Yeah.
As loud as I am?
Everyone.
Okay.
Maybe the microphones are here.
Okay. All right. I usually pretty loud. All right. So anyway, today's discussion, we're not going to talk about capital because it's healthy. Okay, that's the point I wanted to make. So here's all the city funds, and the deficit is really contributed to the general fund. And so that's why I showed that previous slide, so you had an understanding of the weight and the magnitude that the operating fund has on the rest of the funds. So programs, this is where I stop, and
Okay, thank you, Don. We'll take a couple minutes for questions, going around the room. Anyone? Go ahead, Ari.
So you were talking about the facility funds. You said the 225 for the generator is in
it's in this
these numbers, but the idea is potentially it could just come in a general fund. it could potentially, if we decide, to come out of the cumulative reserve where the indefinite one is.
Correct, and right now, I offset that with a FEMA grant, and so,
Okay.
Jeff can speak to that if you'd like, but, we haven't received that grant in 3 years, we'd like to getting it. But that's something I, Jeff still, so we can talk about that. So maybe I go back to this slide when they're all talking, so that gets sense.
Okay, thank you. Reminder, please speak up. Any other questions? Fatima, go ahead.
So, so in the slide, the 1.1 is the new number, but over here it's not updated in the book. Okay.
Yeah.
So on the executive, I know you will go more deeper into that. I was just wondering the 311, 780 difference. Does that include the one-time severance payment in there for 2022? And why are we,
Reminder, this is a high-level conversation today. It's not line by line. So maybe that question is best offline.
So, well, but I want to understand the gist of your question.
No. In the executive line, the first line,
Yes.
you see an increase of 18%. So the 2022 number includes the one-time severance payment and the, the agency contract and all of that?
The projected does, if you look at the numbers on projected, that 311,000 compares to last year's budget, not the actuals. And I'm probably not gonna do a budget amendment, just so the street knows, on the general fund, because we're underspending other areas. So, and I think, we'll get to that, there'll be another slide that shows that in a moment, overall. But that 311 has nothing to do with, one-time payments to the city manager and the contracts and stuff like that.
But will you go over what 311 is, like why such a big increase?
Not in this meeting. I can send it to you later,
Well,
but.
just reflect here, just again, we have to raise our voice. I was stepping back there by Paul or Christian, and it's really hard to hear from people, so we gotta really raise our voices. Just noted on page 11, under executive, it does mention higher insurance costs, legal costs, full year for the lobbyists, and changes to the employee selection health benefits. Now, that's just some general things, but we'll get into it in more detail when you get into the actual basics of the budget, the preliminary budget, when that gets issued, then you'll have a chance to talk more in detail.
Yeah, and when I did the assumptions for executive, and I did do detail, I hit the high levels. So those 4 things, I forgot about that, thank you. Those 4 levels are pretty much the high things. Fourth is light, a little bit, but that's offset by donations.
And
Yeah, and you have to look at 3, a common question that comes up in all of the expenditures regardless, you have to ask the question, is this reimbursed by a grant or is this reimbursed by other revenue? Because I've had previous councils cut something, but they didn't realize the revenue went with it. So,
Also, I mentioned, when these questions are being asked, we were actually asking staff to jot them down so we're not forgetting about these things. But we're setting aside in the parking lots, and you get to those when you get to the preliminary budget, and we'll do more detailed discussion. We really want to maintain this high level in order to keep folks getting appreciation of the bigger picture here.
But also, line-by-line items are typically discussed in Finance Committee, and the Finance Committee does sign off on those. And you being a member of Finance Committee, that would be really an appropriate discussion in that committee.
Thanks.
All right, Dawn, go ahead.
right now, that's manager presentation, that's additional questions. Any other questions?
Great.
So now, you want me to go first?
Whatever you want to do.
Who do we have lined up first?
So it's-
Okay.
Where do you want me?
Where are you, please? Right here.
Hot seat.
Hi. So I am doing human resources, risk management, a little bit of city hall property management, and I'm gonna have a little bit about communications.
Yes.
Sure. So this is just an overview of what human resources does, recruiting, interviewing, and onboarding. For the past 2 years, we've been doing a lot of that. We're hoping that starts settling down with this great resignation that so many businesses have been doing. We work on job classifications and compensation, benefit coordination, and just a quick note, we did get an update with our benefits. Our benefit costs are actually gonna be a little bit lower this year, so not quite 10%. Performance management, labor relations, so the city adopted a new collective bargaining agreement with the union, and that went really well. They did try to put in the standard, we expect everybody to get this type of COLA. We talked them out of that and told them, you know, we wanted to keep it at whatever all non-represented employees got, so that was really good because I already heard from other entities that they have very high COLA costs just with their unions. Employee relations, training, we're hoping to kind of beef up training next year as we're getting slowly out of this pandemic and doing more in-person conferences. Personnel policies, employment law procedures, leave administrations, accommodations. We have two committees, employee and wellness and salary and benefits committee, workers' comp and unemployment. This is just where we're at when we're fully staffed. We will have 28.6 employees. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting closer. Our new community development director actually starts in a couple more weeks, so one more person there. So when we're fully staffed, they have 4 FTEs in planning and 2 FTEs in building. We'll have 5 FTEs in the executive department, 5 FTEs in finance, and public works will have the 6.6 FTEs with that 0.6 is our events person and 6 maintenance staff. And as you can kind of see a little bit, but you can see it better in the picture if you grab a packet. I did a little slide of when people are eligible to retire. We just have about 1 person eligible to retire this year, and everybody else is pushed out. We have a fairly new staff, so almost 57% of us are under 2 years. So that is harder a little bit for some of our older staff. They're getting lots of questions and helping out a lot. And a little bit about our generation center. Salary and benefits committee. That committee is consisting of 3 council members, the city manager, and HR. Committee advises the council on items such as benefits, employee positions, city comparables, personnel policies, updates to employment law, the union, which that CBA is good until 2024. The employee wellness committee, we have about 6 members on that committee, and they're really well distributed against every department, so every department is represented. We do health and safety, so we did a lot with the PPE and trying to get the city and the employees back into the city. And we complete all the wellness standards, and that gives us 2% off of our medical premiums every year, so that's why that committee is so important. And those are just some of the activities we do, you know, sit and stand stations, volunteering, healthy snacks, and then the employee portion of it, we try to recognize work anniversaries. So if you looked on Facebook, you saw Connor just had his little plaque up for 5 years. We're going to be doing city apparel again this year, so we'll offer that to the council members as well. Just a few items. Risk management. That was from a few years ago, but you may remember our funnel caught on fire there. So, why do we have insurance? For those type of reasons. That actually got us a new truck. Assessing property and insuring to appropriate amounts, processing claims, recovering damages from the city, and one of the things that we had this year, which was the first time since I've been here, is they did an appraisal on our buildings. Anything over that they felt was over $250,000 in value. So the city hall actually increased $2 million over from when we bought it, and the annex increased $1 million. So those are great news. with that, our insurance has to go up a little bit. City Hall property management, so we're completely, all of our tenants, all are in leases, and one lease will expire in 2023, and the remaining 4 leases will expire in 2025 and 2026. The majority of those all have renewal clauses, so if they want to renew, they can, with the exception of the one that's expiring in 2023. A few things that we did in 2021, we restriped and resealed the parking lot, we installed restroom locks on the 3rd floor, audio video sound. Next is communication. So Kate wanted me to share the main types of things she's been working on is managing the social media channels, which includes Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Nextdoor. She sends out twice monthly newsletters through Constant Contact, which is an electronic portal, and she has about 1,600 subscribers. So encourage your citizens to join. She also serves as the public information officer, responding to media inquiries and writing press releases, and maintains news sections of city website. And all that information is in your packet, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. All right, any questions for Sarah? Thank you, Sarah.
Can I get a copy of that, please, Sharon?
Yeah.
So Sarah, seeing so much of the staff is new, it's really critical to make sure we preserve your training budget. So I think that, I just want to reiterate that to council.
Yeah, that's really important for them.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, I have, Paul, wanna go? Yep. Right. Your hot seat. Thank you.
Good morning, council members. All right, so I will be brief. For the benefit of the public and the record, I'm Paul White, city clerk, and I am just going to be providing a quick overview of the services of the city clerk's office. So as you know, clerk's office is not a revenue center for Newcastle. The services of this office are focused on transparency and are nearly all driven by legal mandates. That just means that the work I do is almost always in fulfillment of some legal requirement. I know that there's a temptation to look at government work and compare it to private sector work, where the services you provide to the customer are driven by supply and demand and bottom line and so forth, and therefore there is certain work that can be sacrificed in order to achieve some other goal. And my point in saying that nearly all of this work is legally mandated is to emphasize that I can't just choose not to do the work that one or another person might think is unimportant work. It's almost all required. And so I just want to make sure that everyone understands that. So examples of the services provided by the city clerk include publishing notices and information before public meetings, providing a space and the means for the public to attend those meetings, including remote access, streaming, a way to make comments, etc. Obviously, that's a collaborative effort, as you are witnessing today, but that's part of the job. Recording the council actions, making them accessible to the public, things like the minutes, ordinances, your code updates, etc. Ensuring that those records are correct and are available for a very long time. Providing access to all city records to the public. So this is where records requests come in. While also protecting those records from loss and destruction. I receive legal service from the city. I coordinate with the county elections office, administer records and meetings of your advisory commissions, and maintain franchise of your local agreements and some other records that I specifically am the primary record holder for. I coordinate recording of documents with the county recorder's office. But the
bottom line, the main thing is that mostly I am a door for ordinary people to use to interact with their city government and its decisions. So that's kind of the mission, and I don't have a detailed description for you at this point since it's a high-level overview of the various costs in our budget, but our budget is pretty stable over time, and the main factors in it, the big buckets, will be election costs are located there. And a sort of a hidden cost that's not really in my budget per se, but is related to the services that we provide, is a large portion, I wouldn't say like a majority of, but there's a significant amount of attorney expense, city attorney services that are involved in providing records for public disclosure. And that doesn't always show up in our budget, but it is certainly an expense that you should think about when considering the clerk's function. City supplies are also put in my budget, because who else's budget are they going to be in? Things like that. So if you have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer them. But that's the basic overview.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions for Paul? Oh, go ahead, Ari.
Is also in your budget, like, the IT stuff, like the server maintenance and stuff like that, or is that in a different budget?
That is a different budget. But there is tech.
Right.
It's implicated by the services that we provide.
Right.
So, yeah.
Any other questions for Paul? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Police Chief Jason Hout.
Good morning, Chief House. Welcome.
Good morning. All of your officials, I will also introduce myself. Jason Hope, I'm the police chief here in the city of Newcastle. Sorry I didn't bring handouts or a slide thing. I like all the focus to be on me. So, and I figure you all had it on paper already. City of Newcastle hires or contracts with the County Sheriff's Office, Force officers, and contracts with a lot of other things for services that come along with policing. So the courts, anytime somebody deals with the police, they usually end up in court one way or the other. And we contract with Mercer Island Court. We contract for our city prosecutor, different from the city attorney. We contract for our jails, and all of that. We have 3 contracts with jails. The city of Issaquah has a jail. SCORE is a private jail down near Des Moines, and then our last option is the King County jail system. All misdemeanor arrests, so minor crimes like that, go to either Issaquah or SCORE, and we do that based on the cost. Our last option is the King County jail, which is the most expensive. Felony arrests and that sort of stuff go down to the King County jail, and that's all paid through by King County. So we contract and use that for the lowest, trying to get the lowest rate possible to keep the folks we have to put in the jail there. We also contract for transport. So anytime somebody's at jail and needs to go to court, we don't have to take an officer off the street here. We already are running at very minimum levels. So we contract with Mercer Island for that too. And our ticket revenue pays for the court and the transport. So everybody thinks about, well, how come we don't get a bunch of money from all the speeding tickets we write? And I can go for days on that, but needless to say, the money don't actually come back to the city. It's a very, very minuscule amount after everybody else gets their cuts from tickets. We don't see any of it. It all goes to pay for court, and we're getting a great deal on that. Just trust me on that. Like I said, we contract for the officers with the sheriff's office, and that doesn't include just the officers. You get everything that goes along with that. You get legal from the sheriff's office, policies and that sort of stuff. You get the training, you get the admin staff, you get the record staff that, like Paul was just talking about, all the public records requests. You guys get a lot of those there. We get a ton of them as well. None of that gets handled by that's all contracted out with the sheriff's office. So our training, all the mandatory training that the state requires, which I'm sure if you watched the news lately, we are required to go through a lot of mandatory training. That's all provided by the sheriff's office as well, as long as the vehicles, or as well as the vehicles and all that, maintenance, vehicle maintenance, fuel, all that sort of stuff is in the package, that you get when you contract with the sheriff's office. All the, specialty services, so, as you know, there was a shooting here in Newcastle, a month and a half, a month ago, something like that. That would have taken, we had one officer working at the time. I think you can figure out that that would have been a lot for one officer to try and coordinate, investigate, collect evidence, and all that kind of stuff. Luckily, because we contracted with the sheriff's office, we were able to call their major crimes team out. They came out, they're major crimes detectives who deal with those sorts of crimes and all that. So that's another thing you get when you're contracting with the sheriff's office. We're paying for 11, and we're getting 10. We have 7 patrol officers, so the ones that are out on the street, answer 911 calls, do on-view activity, you know, with procedures and that sort of stuff. We have 3 on graveyard, which is 10 at night, or excuse me, 8 at night to 6 in the morning. We have 2 on swing shift, which is 2 in the afternoon until midnight. And then we have 2 on day shift, which is 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then we have 1 detective and myself, so that's the 10. The 11th, we, as Dawn talked about earlier, we get back in reconciliation. I personally wish we didn't get any money back, because that would mean we are fully staffed. Questions been asked me multiple times, what would we need to have 2 people on all the time? And that would be 14 total officers. We have, that would get, 4 on each shift, with all the rotating days off, that marry up and have 2 on at a time. And then 1 detective, which is absolutely needed. We tried for a while to run without a detective, just to have a detective that was also in patrol. And the investigations just didn't work. And, you know, we had more people on patrol, but then the follow-up investigations just, she needed more time, so we put her back as a detective. And then 1, my job, as the chief. So, other things like to consider in the future of the budget, besides hopefully at one point getting 14 officers as the city continues to grow, is the training that isn't included, so extra training, training like the active shooter training that I've recently sent several deputies to, investigation, training, evidence collection, all that sort of extra stuff that helps your police officers here, and it helps recruit officers to come here. The officers working out in the county don't necessarily get extra training, so you can see if an officer sees that they go to Newcastle, they can go to a class that maybe they wouldn't have been able to go to with the sheriff's office alone. The city of Newcastle can send them. It encourages deputies or officers to come here. Equipment, as we get more officers, we're going to need more equipment, and as I'm sure you're all aware, things are getting cheaper. Recently just purchased lights for the shields that we have. All of our officers don't have shields. We have 4 shields that are spread amongst the shifts. And those are ballistic shields for active shooter situations and stuff like that. So we'd like to get more of those. We'd like to be able to outfit all of our officers with LiDARs. All but one of our patrol cars has radar in it. The LiDARs are more effective and easier to use for the officers doing speed enforcement, which is by far the #1 complaint that we get from residents in the city. More officers, like I said, we want to get to 14 at some point, so there's at least 2 on, or the ability to have 2 on at all times. And currently, the sheriff's office, all of us are out of contract. Our contract expired on January 1st, and they're in negotiations right now. And typically, it's like a 3-year, 4-year cycle. We were out of our last contract for almost 2 years, so they basically ratified it, and then it expired at the
So some of the training is paid for by the city, our city, not all from Cape County, correct?
Correct. So, the required training, like the firearms training, we have to get training on the computer and how to properly use it when we're running those meetings, so we're not violating all sorts of black codes and stuff like that. The mental health training, and then it's a 24-hour amount of required training. All of that is paid for by the sheriff's office.
Okay.
Extra training, like the active shooter training that I just sent to people, that comes out of our budget.
And those extra trainings are really what you think is needed for the city, is that how it works?
I mean, obviously the training that is required, which we need, but the extra training, like, I wish that active shooter training was required,
Sure.
unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I think it's required because it keeps officers here, it recruits officers here when we can, and it helps serve the residents of Newcastle better. The officers on the, unincorporated, just on the other side of 95th or May Valley, are not trained necessarily in active shooter training. Our officers are.
Any other questions? Ariana, go ahead.
What about de-escalation training? I know our officers have been really good at that and successful. Is that an extra training
No,
that they did?
that's part of the required training that we did. And actually, everybody before they come out of the academy now gets that, and then we get refresher training. That was part of some of the legislation.
I want to continue the discussion. Chief Hawk referred to the, I call it community standard, of the number of officers that the community wants on duty at any one time, and what does that take as far as the actual number of officers we need to provide that service. And if there's any questions about that, or maybe perhaps Chief Hawk a little more detail about that, but I'm the one who asked him that question about, what I've been dealing with community standards in the last 3 communities I've been in, especially back in Minnesota, and as well as here in the 2 communities where I serve. But it's a very important question that council, as representing the community, have to make those decisions eventually. As Chief Hawk mentioned, you're at, what, 9 or 10 officers right now?
Okay.
You had full service, you have 11 total?
Yes, if we had all the officers that we're paying for, yes, we'd have 11.
And you mentioned the number 14, which would be to provide 2 officers on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which in most communities, even if they're smaller ones, this is typically considered a smaller community, that would be an ideal. Now, that's what the council has to debate eventually. What's your community standard for leasing? That's why I wanted to mention that in that context.
Yeah, and the 2 officers is also, is for the residents as well as the officers themselves. There's calls that we're not, by our own policy, not allowed to go to by ourselves, so domestic violence calls. That's a 2 officer required response. And when there's only 1 officer working here, we may have to wait for an officer to come from King County officer to come from somewhere in unincorporated Renton, or even as far out as like Hobart or some place like that. Certain burglary calls, maybe occupied burglary calls. We've been to where the homeowner's outside and thinks somebody's in their house, and we have to wait. And it's not a good feeling. It's not something I want to do. It's not something any of our officers want to do, but we can't go in there and possibly make the situation worse by going in by yourself. So having those 2 officers on at a time would be great. And then one thing I forgot to mention that I guess doesn't really affect this budget, but Bob and I talked about it. The van etching that heard about, Newcastle is finally joining the ranks of doing that. I put up a sign up. I got a deal with a local high school student that started his own business doing this, and Newcastle's going to host one September 25th at Lake Warren Park. Jeff Bronze is helping me sort of plan it out in the parking lot there. I put the sign up days ago, and within about 3 hours it was sold out. So it's a free event to the city. So looking forward to that.
Sorry, where's it? I didn't hear.
It was at Lake Warren Park for bin etching, where they etch the bin numbers on your catalytic converter.
Gotcha.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I was really curious, always as we talked about like contract and training, I was
stuff. Do you see any of this going a different direction under Sheriff Holdenville? I know she got started, and it was, you know, I didn't know if she was taking any of these other like trainings or other items, or what you anticipated.
And going at what, like what going in?
Do you anticipate any of these things changing under new leadership?
I hope that our ability to fill what we're paying for will change. I don't think, if anything, I think she will be implementing more required training, which would be part of the package that you all get. And she's working much harder than I saw her former sheriff and command staff at recruiting and keeping people here. So it's a long process to hire and train officers. But I hope that's the one thing that I think will change the quickest is her ability to fill vacancies. And also, I would suspect that she will implement more required training for us, which that will be part of that.
Any other questions? Chief, thank you. One thing I would like to be interested in seeing in any type of budget we move forward. We have 3 schools here. You guys don't have active shooter training, or you don't have the equipment you need, like shields. That worries me. And I really wouldn't mind seeing a cost estimate for that.
Okay, I can absolutely do that.
You know, things related. I mean, I know you don't just walk into a building of an active shooter with a shield. You need more than that. I know that. So what you feel, I would really be interested in seeing that, and having a conversation about getting some funding for that.
Okay, the city, like I said, the city has been great. All of our officers that want to have rifles, which is kind of the standard response, is having rifles and going to events like that. We have the shields, we have 3 shields, like I said. It'd be great if we could all have them, but yes, I will.
I mean, we have schools, and unfortunately, it's happening in grocery stores and churches, and we have all of that here.
And two of our officers, myself and Field Treadway, are going to training, additional training that we will be able to teach response, like we can go to the nursing home or local business and teach the employees there how to respond if unfortunately something like that happens. So
Thank you.
I just wanted to point out for the group, this is hopefully, now we have a new city manager. We can schedule some sort of a general retreat, and I just wanted to say on our strategic goals, city goals and strategic priorities, number 1 in the second section is evaluate the short and long-term needs and costs for police and fire services. So when we schedule that, I mean, I think that's a perfect opportunity for you to come in with what the mayor just asked you, you know, and have that more in-depth conversation. So hope we can do that.
I will write it down in a second. I'm gonna go back to my seat.
While the chief is here, I want to make a comment too. In the 2023 budget through the 2028 budget, we have no new officers, 0. And in the past, I used to do that. Had an officer, but Bob and I talked a little bit about that. We're not going to add officers, and so it's important to figure that out about what we do need to do long term. So that would be a great point to try and figure out, so that those losses are actually greater than that if you start adding the layers and stuff. So just keep that in mind.
Are our officers equipped to meet whatever threat might be out there?
We could have better equipment and more of it. Every one of our officers has a rifle, patrol rifle, like I said, which is kind of the standard baseline equipment needed to respond. Helmets, we have some heavy vests. Not everybody has a heavy vest, so our normal body armor that we wear will stop rifle rounds, or excuse me, will stop handgun rounds, but it won't stop a rifle round. So we have some of that. We have the county actually issues everybody Kevlar helmets, and then the money left in our budget, our equipment budget this year that I'm taking around LiDARs and shields, so, but I will for sure put together a cost estimate of how much it would be to give a minimum equipment.
We shouldn't be sending our guys out to meet somebody where they're outgunned.
I don't disagree with you. You're not gonna get an argument from me.
Yep. Next, we have the acting community development director, Erin Fitzgibbons. I just want to mention that she's been doing a wonderful job over the last 30 days. And I know she's got ready weekly, and I'm very impressed with her, and I want to thank her for that.
I have a lot of text in my packet, so maybe I'll, yeah, just kind of move it around. Go for it, use that. Sure.
Press the remote and it should turn that on.
All right.
Welcome, good morning.
Thank you.
Having me, good to be here.
So as interim city manager Marcy mentioned, I am the acting director right now, Erin Fitzgibbons. In my day job, I am the senior planner. And I'm just going to take you through some of our, who we are, what we do, and why things take so long. So our department, I think probably the most unique thing about our department is the number of contractors that we rely on to get our services done. It's going to take more coordination than I hope I have, than I might not have. But anyway, so what you see on the left here, the contractors are all at the top, our building official, now our building inspectors. Jack Helm has left the city. We rely on two different contract planners, one of whom is Dave Vanderlyn, who you all know was formerly staff. And then we have two design engineers that we work with, Pace Consulting. And then our staff, our development services coordinator, Ash Singh, maybe you've had the chance to meet her. She's our front line. We have a vacant senior planner position. And then we have myself and our assistant planner, Tyler Coyle. And that makes up our building official, building inspector, and development services coordinator, and planning departments. Ash really, our development services coordinator, though, I'll tell you, she really helps all of us out, and we would be lost without her. So, moving right along, just sort of generally speaking, just like every other department at the city, we cover a lot of different responsibilities, anything from customer service to longer range visioning to technical like GIS mapping, and we maintain our own CD website. We also do addressing, business licenses, and of course for mining development. Department-wide, just to get a little bit more into detail here, but not too much. Customer service comes to us and we come out to people in different ways. Phone calls, emails, counter visits. We haven't seen as many counter visits since the pandemic though. I can count, I think, on one hand since we've been back in the office how many times I've seen people actually come in to use the counter. See Quick Fix has been a really great program that also Public Works uses. We get a lot of construction complaints. We spend a lot of time with our citizens explaining what, why, when, and what we can regulate. And then a lot of requests for information. I think these other items are pretty straightforward. Business licenses, we have to regulate our home occupation, and then of course professional development. I already mentioned GIS mapping, but we coordinate that with King County data, and then we also coordinate that with Public Works, trying to keep our maps updated for new development, trying to keep our information online up to date. Maintaining our CD website, that's really important, especially these days as we have these larger projects for keeping the word out there, keeping people up to snuff on what's going on. And then in terms of our annual development fee schedule, some of you may remember that we had a fee schedule update 2 years ago, and we pass a resolution every year now, and that is based on our increase in cost of living. So, for example, you may recall last year, between our COLA and our merit raise, it was a 7% increase, same as this year. So you'll see that coming through again early next year with a fee increase. Our building department and our current planning really are very similar in terms of work in many ways. It's just a different set of regulations. So when you're looking at building, they're looking at the International Building Code and the International Residential Code. A permit can take anywhere from 1 month to 6 months, no, longer than that, years to approve, assuming it gets approved. And then, of course, once construction starts, we start doing inspections on all the different types of permits that we have. Our building department also creates code and amends our code to keep up with there are several cycles of the building codes. We just passed one, and we have another one that's going to be coming back through council early next year. And then, of course, there's code enforcement. Just red tagged a construction site yesterday. And everybody really from Public Works through Community Development works on those types of projects. Our building department also really manages our permit database. MyBuildingPermit.com is how people apply for permits. And then we have Track It. And Track It is an ongoing, sure, in some ways, but it helps us out a lot too. But of course, you have to put really good data in to get really good data out. And so Ash keeps us on task with that. Of course, we respond to requests for information. A lot of times that includes building plans, but then it can also be working with the city clerk's office for public records requests. We get a lot of, what did my building look like in 1996? And what are those plans? You see, we'll help you find that. So, current planning on the next page, you'll see is very similar. Ooh, what did I just?
That was me, I'm sorry.
Jeff.
Should be back.
He's testing your skills as a presenter.
Alright, it's 50-50 whether that happens.
Right, I see here. There we go.
Carburetor's right there.
We're on orange. There we go, current planning. All right, so similar to building, current planning, land use, and building permits, planners review the full gamut. Again, those can take, I have 6 months on here, but it really can take longer. Oh, fancy. Stop, that train just got off the station. Let's see here. We provide inspections, planners, I keep saying we, because I'm a planner, but all staff do in our department. We look at active projects, so our active projects can be anything from a verification of somebody's zone to, as you know, you've seen it come through, something like the Heemster project, which requires many permits to get through the cycle and to get built. Then we coordinate project bonds, so every project has bonding before it gets built, and we coordinate that with finance and with public works. Those go from the start of infrastructure construction all the way through post-occupancy, and then we close those out in the inspection. Doing that too. And then there's a lot of consultant management in current planning. As I mentioned before, we use a lot of consultants in our day-to-day work, which is why you see our professional services budget as it is. We, a lot of those costs, some of the costs that we have with the consultants are passed through on the development projects. However, there's the day-to-day questions, attending meetings, everything else that you'd expect a staff member to do. looking at the long range, I won't stay here too long, but, just wanted to give you, sort of, again, a feeling for what does a long range planning project feel like. It starts with an idea, and then it goes through the process, and the process can be, the idea can come in form of an application, it can come in the form of a council member, or a planning commission, or staff, or the state, and we start responding, we start thinking, and then it starts turning, and eventually comes up to city council for deliberation. We do use consultants on long-range planning projects, but you'll really see that in the larger projects such as our comp plan. More broadly thinking about one FTE, the next slide. So this is,
Did both well. I thought you were gonna put on there.
no, I wasn't.
Oh, well, don't worry.
The point here is just to show that, like everyone else who works for the city, each person who works in community development does a lot of different things. You know, we have our projects, but we also have a lot of administrative work. We also have a lot of communication with the city, which is what we're there for. And then, of course, we try to keep our credentials up to date, try to keep on task with what the trends are, and then there's a lot of technology to keep up with. So, all right, how am I doing? All right, process. I realized I didn't completely update this slide when I was looking at it last night, but I think people at this table are aware that in our current building and planning, we have the Waterline condos, the Lee Bima project coming up, Kingstra Assemblage subdivision, and I put this Lakeborn reasonable use exception. I'm not sure why I did that, but what's actually probably more important is the Hill Flat and the May Creek Park assemblage. So those are already under construction, as you know. So, and all of those projects are really going to be bringing in our building permits over the next several years, a lot of building permits. In terms of long-range planning, you'll be seeing the comprehensive plan, the middle housing grant. We need to update our wireless ordinance, and our critical areas ordinance is going to be required to be updated by 2024 as well. So we have a lot going on. Every project has a lot of considerations, from the comprehensive plan and state codes, all the way down to post-construction ownership and maintenance, and everything in between. It takes a lot of people, it takes large teams, and a lot of knowledge. When we look through the permitting cycle, you're looking at lots of iterative processes. Not only is a project taking several years to get through construction and occupancy, but they're also, each project, such as a plat, has multiple iterative permits as part of it. So you'll see these 4 dark blue permits here, and each one of those goes through a similar process to this green check sheet. And even our building permits, you could say, go through a similar process where there's a submittal, and often it's incomplete. Then we have to ask for more information. Then they come back with a complete submittal. And a land use project, then that gets noticed. We get 30 days of notice. We send out our SEPA. Then we get to technical comments, and technical comments go back and forth, usually at least 3 to 4 times with the applicant. And then we can come to a staff decision, or we have to go to a public hearing, a hearing examiner. And then sometimes we also have to come in to council for a final decision. And so when you're looking at the life cycle of a project and you're doing this cycle multiple times, that's why it takes so long to get through. I do have a long-range process on here. It's really just to noodle on, but it's much more internal than the current planning and building process. development, we have a lot of moving parts and a lot of people. We have lots of regulations and underlying considerations, and it takes a lot of time to get through. That is it.
Thank you, Erin. Any questions for Erin? Ariana, go ahead.
Yeah,
Oh, just a moment.
you mentioned professional services.
Yeah.
Contracts, stuff like that. Is a lot of that offset by revenue coming in from developers though, or people that are applying for those permits that need those services? Or is that a question for Dawn?
So, good dovetail was, and mentioned anyway, in 2023 budget, building department went up $22,000. The reason for that is because staff turnover and health benefit selections. The planning department went up $100,000, and the reason for that is because of what you're basically asking. An underlying question is professional services and selection of benefits on that as well. And when we have staff turnover, and we've had a lot of it here, I always budget for the full family. It's just pretty big. And so then the other part of it is professional services. And she mentioned, Erin mentioned that we have a lot of that, and it's revenue driven. But some of it's not. We now have a new process where, and I'll let you speak to that, about where contractors now come in and do stuff that staff used to do, because staff did it. Go ahead and you can talk about a little bit about weekly or bi-weekly, and I'm not sure how often they come in to talk about projects that Steve used to have come in to the conference room.
Yeah, so we have twice monthly meetings with our staff, and because the PACE engineers I mentioned before, they are our development review engineers. They come into those meetings as that kind of service that is covered by professional service. Thank you. Fatima, go ahead.
Thanks, Erin. I don't see the grant writing. I think you guys do a lot of that. So does anybody help you with that? Other departments or?
Good question. Typically, our senior planner has done the grant writing.
Okay. And how many, like approximate, how many grants do you guys write in a month or in a quarter?
I would say in a year that I'm aware of, it's like 2 to 3.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Stepping up and providing all this information. I was really curious for some of the stuff that's very highly specialized, like the biology, the wetland, the geotechnical, and potentially even something like economic development. Is there any needs that we've done sort of, I guess, interlocally, right? I'm just thinking of being surrounded by like Bellevue, Esquire, Renton. Is there anything we can do interlocally to sort of find those services as opposed to maybe just contracting individually with those own entities? Like, does that make sense? How do we approach those qualities?
And that's a good question. On a project is typically when we'll have like a wetland biologist or a geotechnical engineer come in, and those fees are typically passed through. So typically, we don't have those consultants sitting in on the meeting with us unless there's a pre-application meeting that comes in that's very true. So.
Yeah, we can talk more offline.
Well, I want to echo something about that. When Aaron or another senior planner or community development director has those kinds of things that are paid by the developer, one of the things I'll talk about is we track that, and it's not part of the community development budget. What it is that other financing sources and uses that I say I don't know the number until the end of the year, because there's a lot of transactions that flow through, and rather than create a department that ebbs and flows with development, we track that for that number of years, and that's at $750,000 received in other financing sources and uses. It's entirely related to community development.
I have a question. So this is about efficiency, and first of all, thank you for completely stepping up these past few months. I know it has been a lot, and so thank you for that. and I know this will that your answer probably will change because you have a new director and new staff coming on board. But efficiency purposes, do you feel it is efficient to manage the consultants who are doing our building and our plan review, that type of thing, and also technology? Do you feel you have the technology to efficiently work?
I'll start with the technology question because that's the easy one.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. The city's been really great. Jeff has been really great. But no, we absolutely have the technology we need. I would say in terms of managing consultants, you definitely get a trade-off. For example, we only had one development review engineer before, and there was a lot of work for him to do. So by having two, we kind of have more players on our team. There are more invoices for us to process. I was even trying to think this morning about how much of my time I spend doing that, and it depends on when projects start up, because we have to do a task order every time whenever projects start, even a single family project. So, those can take some time, but again, so it's just the trade-off.
Okay. And you feel the consultants are responsive, otherwise you wouldn't continue to contract with them, you'd look elsewhere, so, okay, yeah, all right. Okay. Thank you. Ariana?
So, this may be more a question for you, but so I know historically with community development, we actually look at specific projects that we believe will come in the door in specific years, but those are like big new development projects, right? And I'm wondering, Dawn, with your assumptions for the budgets, how much are you thinking about like people in older neighborhoods, you know, adding to their homes or that kind of construction?
Let's reserve that, but when we get to the developer.
I would ask Aaron to give us some examples of projects that are reviewed, if you will, or at least administratively reviewed by community development that aren't necessarily developer-driven. They're city projects, and perhaps give us a couple of examples of a fair amount of time that we don't necessarily recruit anything from developers for them to review. So it would be city projects like capital improvements, perhaps an example.
Sure, yeah. Actually, Lake Warren's a really good example. That was probably the most recent, one of the larger projects. That project still had to go through a SEPA analysis, and it still had to go through wetland review and everything else. And it'll have to apply for a building permit. Actually, I think we have their building permit. Yeah. Other projects are other capital improvement projects. We work on the SEPA side. So for like the project along Main Creek, the non-motorized transportation, we'll get the SEPA for that. And then the long range projects, comp plan coming up.
That was fine. I wanted to give you examples because those are some of the costs you'll see in the budget that aren't necessarily covered by external revenues. They're going to be covered by the city project and projects that are involved.
All right, anything else for Aaron? Aaron, thank you so much. Thank you. All right.
Thanks, Aaron. Next up is our Public Works Director, Parks Director, and IT Director. Emergency Management, Jeff Bruns. Thanks.
Yeah, you just need to.
Does anybody want to copy the slides?
Did you have a plan?
I do.
I'll take one too, Jeff.
Anybody else? Three. Sorry.
Here's a Frisbee.
All right, so for the record, Jeff Bruns, Public Works Director.
I will present an overview of what we do. A lot of material, so I'm going to try and fly through it. I'm going to try something here. So first off, the consistent theme is who we are, what we do, and why do we do it. So that's going to be the three things I'm going to hit for all the different elements of the department. Who we are, we're just about 45% of city staff, and coincidentally, maybe about 45% of the budget. And that includes the two components are the operations, which is the 23%, and the capital budget, which is the 21%. I don't have control of these colors really. I think that's what that is. It might be switched actually. I think capital might be 23, but either way, about the same. And that includes, that is not all general fund. That includes swim and facilities and things like that. But definitely the lion's share. And then who we are, traditionally think of us as building the projects and stormwater and maintenance, but there's also these other elements that in other cities would probably be a whole different department, or would be a whole different department. Emergency management, IT, solid waste, and new as of a week ago, events. The events have gone from community development to executive, and now they're kind of rotating around. Maybe finance gets it next time.
That's all about a good bit.
Yeah. So, and then in terms of FTE, that I talked about 45% of the city staff, 12.6 is FTE. And the ones that are in that blue and green, those are non-general fund. The rest are funded by the general fund. And we don't have 4.58 people. The way that works out is all the maintenance staff, the maintenance manager, and myself, our salaries are allocated based on a review of timesheets to kind of how we parcel out our work. So for instance, the maintenance, they maybe are 12% facilities, 2% IRF, and then 80% swim for a couple of the guys and 20% parks, and so that's how that works out. My salary is paid for by swim, by capital, by facilities, by engineering, so it's by 7 components. So that's why these they're not nice round decimal numbers. The only one that's an actual new events coordinator, that's a 0.6, and that's because it's not a full-time FTE. So she is at 0.6. All right, so first off, we're going to hit engineering. So engineering, it consists of Alex Hurd, and he's half paid by engineering and half paid by stormwater, so that's why he's a half donator there. He's been at the city for just about half a year. The Parks and Trails planner position is vacant, and we've got Carrie Sullivan and myself. And what do we do? 3 main components: the capital improvement program, inspection of private development, as well as inspection of utility right-of-way permits. The majority utilities, but a developer or a resident rather wants to improve their driveway, and if it comes out onto the city right-of-way, then we have to have a permit for that. And then we do planning, managing, and responding to citizen requests, coordinating with utilities, our annual traffic study, our annual transportation improvement program, or 6-year TIP update. That's all kind of under that bucket. Okay, why do we do it? Essentially, we're maintaining and enhancing the public environment, the built environment, as well as improving and maintaining safety. So first off, the first element of the engineering is design of capital projects, and just here's some relevant examples of that. And then the fun part, constructing those projects, that's what gets the most attention. Here's some relevant recent examples. And this is just illustrative of all the steps that go into a construction project. A little graphic, and I know it's small, but it's just to show there's a lot of steps in developing a capital project, from project conception through design, permitting, construction, and closeout. And all these bullets on the screen here are just all the steps that are involved in a construction project. Oh, it sounds funny. And then switching to the second element in the engineering group, we do development inspection. Here's some recent photos of the May Creek assemblage and the hill plat up behind Newcastle Elementary. A lot of development inspection this year. And then the last category, planning, managing, responding. I mentioned the TIP, impact fee, rate analysis, the master plan for Makeborn, PAR, the planning through the streetlight conversion, all of that work is kind of falls into that other bucket of other categories of elements that aren't related to either inspection or capital. Okay. Oh, and then plan, manage, and respond. Get a lot, most of the citizen requests that come in through C-Quick Fix, I'd say 98% of them come to Public Works, and they're either maintenance issues or questions about the infrastructure, public safety, things like that. Working with the schools and school zone flashers, things like that, are another thing that takes up a lot of our time. Okay, moving on to the swim division. That is 2.5 people currently, and again, Alex, here's the other half, the second half of Alex, and then we've got Brian Miller, the program manager, and Marley Adams. And you'll look at the, this will be another highlight in the maintenance group, but we've got a very fresh crew with us for our swim division. Marley just started up in June, and Alex started in January. So what do we do in the swim division? Essentially, we manage the city's permit, the Phase 2 NPDES, which stands for the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, which is out of the federal regulations. Phase 2 means cities like Seattle, Everett, Tacoma, Spokane, those are Phase 1 cities, so they're just a larger responsibilities, it's a different permit. And then pretty much everybody else has what's called the Phase 2 permit. Essentially, it manages complaints and concerns about drainage, and most important is we manage our facilities. A little bit more on why we do that. The regulatory requirement and unfunded mandate. Well, actually, the swim fees fund this, so that's our mechanism. And swim is all an enterprise fund, so it is self-supporting through fees. We also coordinate with residents if they have concerns about flooding to their house or property, and preserving the public infrastructure, which we have about 3,000 catch basins, several hundred vaults and ponds. So it's besides the pavement, it's the second largest infrastructure that we have in the city. And this table, this is just a illustration of all the requirements on the permit. Some of the key components there are bulleted: administering the permit, regional coordination, public education and outreach, IDDE, which is a big term for just managing and responding to spills. And the spill doesn't necessarily have to be somebody dumping paint down the catch basin. It can be a vehicle accident, which then has antifreeze that leaks on the street. We want to try and collect it and stop it before it gets into our drainage system. If it does get into the drainage system, we call out Bravo, our background contractor, to clean that out. And sometimes, actually, if there's a picture, I'll get to that. I'll come back to that. Construction site runoff, that's one of Alex's jobs. When he goes out to a development site, he wears both his snowboarder hat, his swim hat, in terms of managing the site runoff, and then his engineering hat for maintaining and ensuring that the infrastructure is built per specification. So the education outreach, we'll go into some of the schools. We do stories on the website. We have the Adopt a Drain program. We have outreach for spills. And then here's the construction inspection, making sure that picture in the middle is not a consistent occurrence, that all the TESC, which is temporary erosion and sediment control facilities, are properly installed and maintained. And all of our infrastructure, Cartograph is our asset management system, and that's a screenshot in the middle there showing all of our stormwater facilities. That tracks our inspection history, our assets, where they are, when they're built, what size they are, what type of material they are, and it aids us in tracking when we replace things like our stormwater filter cartridges, which is that photo in the top center. Also, when we assess damage, which is that top left corner, we can go into the asset management system to document and find more information about that asset when it was last inspected. I guess I thought I said I'd come back to that. I thought we had a photo of responding to a fuel spill, which is a case where there was a diesel spill at the Shell station a few years ago, and it got into the system and then made its way actually down to Lake Washington. We were able to use our GIS to coordinate which exact pipes we needed to clean out. In some instances, if it's reported quickly enough, we can use that resource to get into the system and put a plug and stop it from proceeding further. But in this case, it migrated So next is our maintenance division. This is the one that most people see. And this is kind of a breakdown of all the work that they do. Events, contract management, parks and trails, stormwater, streets, facilities, and also their fleet. So that's 6 people that do all that work. Quite amazing. And here's who they are. I mentioned the blue, so the average age and their experience in the cities, I didn't do an average, but it's probably about 0.8 right there. So fairly green crew, but a very excellent crew, and being well led by Connor. Connor's 5 years at the city, but he has been in the infrastructure manager role since February and just doing a fantastic job. Ben is on vacation. We weren't able to get an updated photo for him, but just a great group of guys. And seasonal maintenance workers, we have had a love-hate relationship with that position. They are very, very difficult to recruit. Salary is apparently not an issue nowadays. It used to be we kept upping the salary, but you would spend all this time recruiting, hiring, interviewing, then somebody would show up or they'd leave after 2 weeks. So we've toiled with this a couple years, and this year in 2023, we're not planning on hiring seasonals, and that work will then just be contracted out. Most of the work they do is vegetation management, so thankfully that's an easy thing to contract out. So we'll see how it goes. So like that little org chart, this is the main features that they work on, and I'll show you some photos of that. Well, before that, why we do it. Similar to the engineering, it's for maintaining our infrastructure, providing recreational opportunities, and making sure that those opportunities are done safely. So our streets, we have about 45 centerline miles, and 2 main elements, patching and paving of the streets, dealing with street signs that are knocked over, vegetation trimming along the streets takes a lot of time. And then the one that's most publicly seen and responded to is responding to weather, winter weather. Parks, it's another big component. We have a lot of parks, about 40 acres of developed parks. Some of the parks, unfortunately, have not been maintained as they should, so this year we really are ramping up and did some extensive work out at Trolley Park to install a French drain, which is that photo on the right. And then we installed, the guys have been real proactive, and they're initiating this on their own to take a park or 2 a year and really try and give it some extra love and care and enhance it. So this year we did Redmond Park earlier. We upgraded the turf, and then they installed a new gravel walkway, which is what George is doing right there at the bottom center photo. And then parks, trails, and events. We have a bunch of trails, which is a great asset, but they do require a lot of maintenance in terms of responding to citizen requests, the trees down, blackberries encroaching, there's a wet spot, wet area. So that I'd say probably trails are probably 20% of our C-Quick Fix requests. And then managing events, the stage up there got a fresh coat of paint and every year we put about $1,000 at least into it, and then plus the maintenance cost, the maintenance staffing to enforce that work or enable that work, as well as managing the events. So it's a lot of wide variety of the work that they do. I mentioned that we contract out a lot of that work. Here's a list of the major contracts that we have. One that we were unfortunate to lose is the King County's Community Work Program, which was a very efficient way to manage our vegetation. It was we paid about $800 per crew day, and it was a really good resource. And unfortunately, that was a complication of COVID, and it's not coming back. So we've expanded some of our vegetation maintenance this year, and then going into next year, we'll contract that out ahead of time, so it's competitively bid. And then stormwater, we maintain the infrastructure, we inspect the infrastructure. Actually, the maintenance guys don't inspect it; they do the resulting tasks that are entered into Cartograph by Alex when he does an inspection. You'll notice that the grout needs some touch up, or there's some missing bricks. So the maintenance guys then go out and perform that work. And according to the permit, if it's minor repairs, anything that's not something that would be scheduled as a capital project, they have 6 months to complete that work in terms of their permit. Here's that picture in the middle right of the yellow boom out in Lake Washington. That's the diesel spill from the Shell station. So we purchased this year a little trailer, about a 8-foot, 12-foot trailer, and we keep all our swim supplies. So in a situation like this, we don't have to go get it out of the garage, load it into a truck, and then take it to the site. We just hitch up the trailer, everything's in it that we need, and we take it to the site. So we're able to have a more efficient response and get to the incident quicker. Okay, now next we'll buzz through pretty quickly, starting with emergency management. That's me. But primarily, we're able to utilize King County Emergency Management. They're physically close, which really helps out. They're just located right in Renton, and they've been a real good resource to help us, and as well as other cities that do not have a dedicated emergency management team. So what have we been doing in emergency management? In 2020, King County updated their regional hazard mitigation plan. Don't really have time to go into what that is, but you can ask me about that later. And then we have an annex to that. So essentially, each city can do their own addition or addendum to that regional plan, and that lets you be eligible for regional, actually federal, national, it's called the BRIC, Building Resources, Infrastructure, sorry, can't think of the last word, but there's over $2 billion federal funds for this. And this is what we've been trying, this grant program for mitigating hazards is what we've been trying to utilize for a generator for City Hall in the annex. And we've been told that the project's too small. So I'm going to keep trying to pursue that one more time. Also the CEMP, the Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan, which is our city-specific plan for how we respond to emergencies. That's on a 7-year mandatory update cycle by the state, and we are just received our review from the state, and it'll be coming to council in the coming weeks for approval. And then we work with our adjacent agencies for just various things like exercising and training, continuity of operations, things like that. And I'll just take 30 seconds here to advocate for what you as individuals need to do. It's basically make a kit, have a plan, and be informed. We'll just go through that really quick. Everybody should be prepared to be on their own, self-sustaining for 7 to 10 days. When the big earthquake happens, not if, but when, you'll probably be out of power, out of water, on your own, essentially, for at least 7 days, depending on where you're at. Having a kit, you should have one in home, vehicle, and work. A plan, just kind of who you're gonna communicate with. It should be someone out of the Puget Sound region, which is a central point for communication, and then where you're gonna rendezvous with your family unit. Okay, enough with my commercial there. IT, so that's another component that I wear. We contract that out with Connected Northwest, who are a great partner. Questions that come up in the past. Would this be better to put that under our own house? Sure, but the cost would be probably 2 to 3 times the amount we're paying Connected Northwest, and I don't know if we could get someone. Getting a responsive IT person would be very difficult, and the resources that Connected Northwest provides are bar none. I remember when Kristen came here, she submitted a support request in her first couple days, and she kind of put her feet up and kind of planned for her to be out of commission with her computer for the rest of the morning, and she was back up and running in about 20 or 30 minutes, and she was shocked. But that's our normal response time. What are we doing? The COVID pandemic, one of the benefits of that is we are able to really, number one, upgrade a lot of our systems. Well, actually, all of our systems were upgraded. Trackit, Springbrook, GIS, our phones. We were able to really become more robust and enable remote work. Just a quick highlight of our landscape. We have 5 servers. They're all in there, plus several virtual servers. We have 4 network attached storage units, which do our on-site backup, and then those are loaded up to the cloud each night to Amazon Glacier for off-site storage. And then we also have an air gap storage, so that means it's not connected to the network. So that's the Amazon Glacier is what you call a burn down strategy. So if this building were to go away, we still have all our data up in the cloud. And then the air gap is a solution if we get a virus or a malware or a ransomware that is protected, and we can get to that without having to pull it down from the cloud. Because all the data in the cloud is protected, but it will cost to get down. It'll take 56 computers and 23 mobile devices, and we use King County for our bandwidth for our internet provider. We recently updated our bandwidth to 100, which is 100 gigabytes, whereas we were at 40. So with all a lot more doing remote work and things like that, it kind of taxed our bandwidth. So unfortunately, our monthly cost went up quite a bit. It's about $900 a month now for that bandwidth. And lastly, events. So we've got Alexa. She just started last Tuesday, so she's brand new. And just, I think you all know what the events are. I'm just kind of highlighting. We have our major summer events, recreation. This is one of the areas that maybe Alexa, in the coming years, we can expand. Right now, we just contract out with Skyhawks, and that's pretty much the extent of our recreation program. And then volunteer coordination. That's a biggie. WCIA, the city's insurance provider, this year significantly increased our requirements for volunteer coordination, and that's been a real difficult pill to swallow for us as well as Newcastle Trails, because they're the main group that's been impacted by this. I believe that's it. Oh, lastly, to some resources that kind of touch most elements of public works, and that's it.
Questions for Jeff Rockwell?
So, thank you, Jeff. That was a very good detailed information. Asset management service, do you guys have to enter that into the system? Like who enters?
Well, it's all in there now, but for instance, like when a new development comes online, one of their requirements is to give us as-built, and then we require them in a certain format, so we just put that.
And then my same question on grants. How many grants do you guys write in a year, approximate?
Probably, I'd say maybe 5 or 6. There's some that are the big one that we've received, $600,000 for, that's going to be an overlay next year, and then $900,000 in 2026. That's an every other year program. And then we have about 4 or 5 stormwater grants that are annual. So yeah, I think 5 to 6 a year.
And all these servers and everything, they're owned by the city?
Yes.
They're all ours?
Yeah, they're in there.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So you talked about parks maintenance, and I think it's 40 acres in total of parks maintained, and we have a lot of
That are developed. So it doesn't include like May Creek Park.
Gotcha, okay. And then there are we have a high number of parks, right? I think a high number of smaller parks. And I know we're coming up on comp plan season where I think in our comp plan, sort of the outline is like we want to, the goal is to have a park in most developments to have sort of those requirements. Do you think from a public works perspective it's worth reviewing that one way or the other of increasing that requirement, reducing that requirement?
Certainly, we should look at that. That's not been touched since I've been here, like looking at the parks level of service, what it should be. So I think definitely as part of the comp plan update, we should do that.
So parks level service and also parks requirement, do you think we should?
I think they're one and the same. There's two components. There's the citywide parks that the city owns and maintains, and then there's the requirement for a recreation in each subdivision, and those usually become a city park, but there's also something that's even smaller, like a little tot lot, and Eric can potentially speak to this. Tot lot meaning there might be a picnic table and some smaller amenity that doesn't rise to the level of a park. Sometimes they're called pocket parks, and that's under the development code. So that would be an area to kind of look at see that those two are in line with each other, that you have the parks component, the parks level service, and what degree the development standards and development requirements are in line with that.
I'd be very interested in getting some of our public work folks that are on the ground to come and give input to that process.
Sure. Yep. Happy to have that.
Thank you, Jeff. I don't know about that. We're just gonna say that for you.
All right. Thanks, you ready?
We need any more work, let us know.
Yeah. You bet.
Next up, we have Finance Director Don Palmer. He's going to also be including presenter.
This is a joke.
I was gonna say, what are you trying to accomplish? You used up a minute of your time.
You read my mind there. You read my mind. So we have our
fire department really looks in the rearview mirror and it looks down the road. Rearview mirror is the accounting and, that we do, daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annually. So some of the things that, and I don't have, I was really impressed by Jeff and Aaron and my presentation is a lot like Jeff's. Or decent. So one of the things we do is budget development and monitoring. Budget development is what you're getting today. That process really starts about April for us. We're starting to look at things that need, creating the forms, the templates that need to be out to the different departments. What ClearGov has helped us with is making it electronic. But nonetheless, we still have to create the start of that. So it starts with the budget calendar, starts with, in May, we send out some of the statutory required, which is what they call a budget column, and that sets the tone for the budget request. Budget monitoring is snapshots that the finance committee gets every month, and we send that out to staff and to the departments. And then we do a narrative in that snapshot. And actually, a couple other cities have asked for our model, so it's been pretty good. We've asked for some changes to that model a little bit, but I think it works pretty well because what we're trying to do in that snapshot is to provide a rear view mirror look at what happened for a month and for a year. And what is new that came about when we had a really great volunteer from Bob Miller was he had a PhD and he was a volunteer for a couple of years for the city of Newcastle, and I really appreciated some insight that he had. And one of the new things that we do with the snapshot is we show a review look at what happened a year ago at that time frame. So that is also something that's been provided. So that's kind of the budgeting development piece, and like I said, that goes from about April all the way up to middle of December. Hopefully November, depending on how council moves forward the adoption of the budget. Also, we do a lot of forecasting of revenues, and that is an ongoing process. I work with the community development planning because, and I'll talk about that in a little bit later in this meeting, or presentation later. But development revenue is a big piece of our revenue stream. And so we need to know what projects are coming, what are delayed, what are deferred. We've had a number of those that have been deferred. So that's the monthly and annual financial reporting preparation that we do. We're right square in the middle of audit right now. And this process starts in actually right after the fiscal year, right after the calendar year close. We're starting with journal entries in January. We work all the way up through May. There's a 150-day statutory requirement that we have to meet in order to get the audit to the state auditor's office, which is done electronically. They have a series of schedules that are also mandatory, and those are also sent to the state. After that, we wait until they show up, which they've been working remotely for probably a month and a half now, 2 months. And so they've been working on our audit, and they'll be in-house. I've actually requested that to kind of wrap up some loose ends that are hard to do when you're not in person. So that's kind of that. City council finance starts with the finance committee, where they will look at a report from the state auditor's office. It's a very objective report. The staff, the only thing we do is we present the information to them. They create a report, audit our numbers, and usually we get a pretty good, or always have a good review. I think the last one was probably 2015, where there was a standard recommendation, but we haven't had one for another year, so knock on wood. So that's that. We have payroll. That's a big piece of what we do. I will say that Maria Lindbergh probably is the best payroll technician that I've ever worked with. She and I went several years ago, and this is what was enlightening to me, was we went to a Springbrook software update, and there were some questions brought up to the consultant even, or the presenter, that she knew the answers to, and she's really good. And so she's training Adriana. We did a couple years ago, updated her job description and created an accounting analyst. That's the progression where it should have been, trying to move people through, make sure that they can recognize for their work. And so one of the things she's doing now is training Adriana. Adriana started out as an administrative assistant. She is working now as a accounting technician. That's the process started about late June. And so I wish I had the bar charts to kind of show you what other new people we have, but that's been a progression. That she took some accounting classes a year ago and really shown initiative and that. So I'm really proud of what those two have. We have Christian Singer. She's new, started here January, and she's been a blessing to me and working with the budget. So that kind of kept her away from the accounting aspects of it, working strictly on the budget. And I know she's real eager to start some of those other things, but I had to take a fishing pole, snag her in the back, and reel her back a little bit. Keep doing that so that she keeps moving forward with the budget. The budget takes a long time, especially when you first try. And so I'm really proud of what she's accomplished. And also, right now, she's working on the audit schedule, so I made her the lead on the audit. And it's pretty common that a senior accountant would take that lead, and so she's doing a great job. So that's that rear view mirror look too, and she works on the forward-looking progress of that as well. One of the things that I didn't mention yet is developer deposits. It kind of came up when Erin was doing her presentation, and it's part of that $750,000 that we monitor in and out for the financing sources and uses. So what Maria does in that one part of her job is to make sure the developers all that are brought through and track it are also managed in the financial software Springbrook. So I was amazed the first year I came here, why in the heck are we doing this way? And I was going to change it because one of the accounting things that you learn is you don't put revenues and expenditures in the same account number. What I found out is when you have short staff, it's pretty handy to look at a number and say, why is it in a debit position or a credit position? Because there's an action item that you have to do. It's supposed to be zero. So what we do is we track developer deposits. So it can be over $500,000 upwards to $1.2 million what it's been at. And so we monitor the ebbs and flows, the in and outs of that. And so it's important for us to get the information from community development to make sure that, number one, a number of years ago before I came on board, they, and I've been here 6.5 years, so before that, the city had to eat some of those developer costs because they didn't have enough deposit money to actually go through and do the stuff that Erin was mentioning about contractors paying for, or developers paying for the contractors for special work, like the environmental, site improvements or something of that nature. So that's an important function they do. We also do cash sharing with front counter, administrative assistant. We're advertising for that position now, or excuse me, I think we're offering.
We have accepted offers, she's just in a criminal background.
Yeah, so we're getting pretty close to having that position filled. Excited about that, because what's going on right now in our department is Adriana is doing 2 jobs, trying to learn accounts payable, trying to do payroll, and be at the front counter. So that's trying to manage that hard. That's why we have a temp up front helping us right now. And I see that happening, continuing on as we have full services and people coming through the front counter. We've had to shut the front doors at lunchtime, that's been a big help. Fridays, I think I don't know what we're doing on Fridays, but anyway, limited service, at the front counter, so that has impacted, and I think it's been pretty acceptable for community development, because community development is sort of the primary, request for, customers at the front counter. Invoice approval, routing and processing checks is something that we do, ultimately goes to the finance committee and then on, for review, and then the city council for, what they call audit the bills that you see. Maria, now Adriana also do payroll for reporting, health insurance, and they report to IRS, they do a lot of different things. One of the other things that we do is we maintain our rating, AAA bond rating for Standard & Poor's for our, this building. That's pretty darn high to get that kind of certification for a city this size, and especially for cap spaces. It's because of the management of it that we've done really well. I'm not going to brag, but I'm going to brag a little bit because our department does a really good job with the staff we have. We have city council support. We have the cumulative reserve with $1.5 million in it. These are all factors that that Standard & Poor's looks at because they know that the swim rates is an example of that. You're not afraid to raise rates to create offset costs. Okay, so and we historically have shown that we have turned. When I got here in 2016, I think we had about $2.5 million in the bank account for general fund. Now it's been well over $4 million, and we've grown that through great management of department heads, managing their departments. We've never had a budget that's gone over budget. So that's attributed to the staff. And then we do investments. That's another thing that we do. Right now, the best investment we have is in the local government investment pool. As rates climb, even though that there's other options out there for bonds, you have to be careful because if bonds go up, bond price goes down when you buy a bond. So it's called laddering. And so right now, we've been maintaining most of our investments in the local government investment pool. That might change, but right now that's where it's at. And debt management, we just retired one of the Coal Creek, the Public Works Trust Fund loans that we have. We just retired a 20-year note, so there are only 3 left now. One is for either the bridge or the road. I can't remember which one, and the other is two is public bonds and a private bonds. The reason we have the private bonds is because we have tenants in the building, and those are the ones we're going to pay off first, and then it goes to the public bonds, which is this bond. All are 20-year bonds, and so the first 10 years is upstairs, and one building part of it downstairs, and then we'll head out to part of the parking garage for the tenants as well. So that's the makeup of the debt. I think there's anything else I need to mention, but don't have the pretty pictures because our pictures would be a book or a budget book or a conference annual financial report.
Okay, so we cut into our break, so why don't you take 5 minutes so we don't run behind, and we'll reconvene at 10:31. I'm sorry, questions, anyone have questions for Don?
Oh, I did have a question.
I'm sorry.
Did I say we can stop at the front counter, we just wait for Tyler to hurt himself again?
I'm sorry, what?
We just wait for Tyler to hurt himself again.
Tyler, I will say Tyler was excellent in that position. We were kind of pushing down the stairwell.
I was teasing him on my TV. Just
we need to focus on the operations funds, okay, the general fund and the street fund. So, this slide, I know you can't see the numbers, and it's not intended for you to see the numbers. But, what it does do, it's on page 18 if you actually do want to see it. I highlight these because these are the 4 areas, and all the rest of them are pretty small in nature, in terms of revenue. And so as we're discussing what, I don't know what the percentage is, I should have done that, but 80% of our general fund revenues, maybe it's even higher, for the 3 areas of the general fund, and then, of course, the enterprise fund. So, let's start with property tax, okay? This slide shows the property tax slide on page 31 of your budget retreat book. It's shown here, and I've broken it up in 2 areas. One is what our 2022 estimate's going to be. And we collect, pretty much what we say we're gonna budget. It's pretty dependable. It is the most dependable resource we have in the general fund. So we don't have to track as much, but we do show up because citizens want to know what our levy rate is, they want to know what our assessed valuation is. But I will say that the levy rate, as you can see from 2016, was $1.86, and it's gone all the way down to $1.33 per thousand. So the allowable is way higher than that. So, I show that every year in the financial statements, so enough for this presentation. Our assessed valuation has gone from $2.5 million to just under $4.5 billion. Excuse me, I said I meant billion. Louder? Yeah. Okay. Hey! No. So we're gonna ask for 1% of the tax for this year and a re-levy of well, it's not re-levy, it's actually a habit in that category, but it's the 1% bank. So we're gonna re-levy the prior year bank amount, and that's the recommendation. New construction is significantly lower in 2022 because we have fewer projects coming online in 22. It's always a look backwards, but we're still in 2022, so I don't know. They assess everything up through August projects, and King County does, and that's what goes on to the 2023 levy. New construction happens from August 1st of 2021 through July 31st, basically, of 2022 is what goes into the new construction number. And we have had low numbers in the past. You can see the previous slide here in terms of I'll show that. I'll show it in a little bit. Sales tax. Retail online sales tax is $823,000. It's been growing steadily. This is a projected amount, but it's looking like we're going to continue to get higher than that. I know council has talked a little bit about the grant program for bricks and mortar stores here in town. You can see that the bricks and mortar are still hurting. Their revenues at $458,000, whereas in 21 it's $541. So it's an issue. The construction sales tax is up higher this year than last year for 22 estimate at $391 versus $420. And so I think the highlight takeaway here is retail sales tax has really helped out. This is the sales tax projections broken down for 2022 and how it will be collected the last 6 months versus projected for the rest of the year. Then in 23 on, you see that online sales will continue to rise, at least that's the projection. And then local retail sales, I left fairly flat with some changes. I'm hoping something does from them. Just a note that might impact, I kind of looked into what Councilmember Clark said the other day about the mall property and the dry cleaner business. I found out the mall is raising their rents, so that might be problematic for the mall. And then I show construction sales being flat as well in the out years. So development revenue This is one that I was observing, come back here, the biggest areas we need to look at is, well,
Do you want to take questions on
Oh,
property
before
and
you-
sales tax?
yeah, either one of the taxes.
Anybody questions? Fatima, go ahead.
So, Don, I know that, on this page you have it flat at 4%?
Which one?
No, yeah, the one that you were already in.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we saw that CPI went up by, 7.5%. I know you, for the future years, you have it at 4%.
Yeah, let me explain that, okay? And you're absolutely good, great observation. So when we did the 2023 projections, we were basing on a 2022 revenue, which is seeing that higher rate. It's very prudent to not say that we're gonna have back-to-back 9%. So when I'm producing the projections for 2022, I'm not gonna double that number again by saying we're gonna continue in 2023, which is why I lowered it. So, and let me go back to that, because that's a really good question. So when we started, we increased the budget quite a bit. It used to be $1.2 million to $1.6 million. And what we're seeing is, because of what you just said on inflation factors, retail sales is growing. Doesn't mean the volume is growing. We can't track that. My assumption is the volume hasn't grown a lot. Cost of goods have changed, and retail sales has changed because of that inflationary factor. So what I do is I predict, and I have 8 months of data now, and when I did this, and I was able to check and balance the next 4 months. So then the question is it going to escalate higher? And I'm choosing not to do that at 7.5%. And so, anyway, so if you look here, it's $1.7 million, and that's based on, I chose 6 months worth of data, but I actually know August data. So I'm only predicting 4 more months. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine, but then shouldn't you also adjust 24, 25, and 26 at least, a little higher than 4%? I mean, because keeping it flat, seems like, I know it's a forecast, but then,
Yeah.
some adjustment to the forecast kind of looks more reasonable,
I'm a little uncomfortable with that. I know,
or take an average of last 3 years of,
Yeah.
20, 21, 23, and then kind of, that's generally what we do in forecast is if not, at least average it out. And because leaving it at 4%, if anybody looks at it, it's like,
It's been the historical trend on from 2018, 2020, wasn't it pretty low, the CPI?
so percent change, year over year, minus 21% from the previous year in 2016, minus 31%, it's gone down. And then online sales, when we started tracking online sales in 2019, that's where the numbers started increasing significantly. And that was because of a law that came about they said that, I don't know if you recall, but before that, online retailers didn't have to show sales tax in different states. And then they passed a law, federal law, that allowed that to happen. And that's when you saw that huge increase of 20%. Then it resided back down to minus 7%, but 2020 was reflective of some of the pandemic recession, okay? But what was amazing about that recession, and nobody predicted that year, was that Newcastle, uniquely so, has a very affluent and very savvy tech population.
yeah.
And because of that, we saw online sales grow phenomenally. And so then I tried to predict that with only 3 months of data in 2021 is difficult, which is why it shot up.
And that's the trend, that's going to be the trend in retail sales. I mean, especially after Amazon, we've seen that, people have moved more into online. And I think the future years should be a little reflective of, what the trend, because it's an overall US trend. It's not just, you've seen online sales have picked up tremendous.
If you look at 2020, it was $1.6 million, then it went to a little over $1,639,000, it only grew 2%, okay?
What she's asking though, Don, is the percentage that the CPI plus population, what were the historical amounts for CPI? Because they were pretty low for several years
Oh, yeah,
ago.
yeah.
they're 2%, one was less than 1% one year, and you're putting in 4%, correct, for CPI?
Yeah.
For the out years, which is actually pretty significant for several years in a row.
It is.
So
And artificially low, well, not artificially, it's been that way for 15 years.
Yeah, but then now the
Then
population
we're
is
jumping
also,
it up to 4%, and the 2022 estimate, in my mind, is reflective of a 10% increase. Only because, even though it says 4%, we've been seeing sales increase higher, but it's based upon our population, based upon our sales tax and deliveries in Newcastle itself, which has been problematic. So,
and population will continue to increase, and so, like,
yeah,
so it's just that, at least, if.
we'll take a look at it.
Yeah, like 24, 25, 26, I think, it'll look good as a forecasting perspective to change those numbers from 4%, because flat 4% kind of,
I think it's important to note, though, that if you're looking at 4% average over the next several years after 2023, that's pretty significant.
It's pretty
When you give this historical perspective, I would be very cautious about that number. It's hard to predict it anyway,
Yeah.
but that's a CPI number.
It is a CPI number, and there's a little bit of population in that as well,
Little bit,
but
not
not much. Because,
As a percentage of the total population gain is
Yeah.
less than 2% a year.
I changed this one sheet that I'll show you in a minute. Put it right there. Go ahead, put it all around.
I think it's something important that folks want to obviously consider further discussion when we get deeper into the budget numbers, especially for when we get into discussions about later on about revenues and expenditures. Get the larger picture here.
Any further questions for Don? Okay, Don.
Okay.
Development.
Development.
Thank you.
Development revenue permits, the three major ones are building, plumbing, mechanical, planner, billable hours. I only mention that because we used to collect about $180,000 in billable hours. And then a year ago, we had FCS Group do a new review of our fees. And what's different about that is the way they assess the fees and when they assess the fees. So revenue dropped, but I think that's attributed to some of the projects. So anyway, billable hours goes away. And I think I do have a little bit for special projects in there, I can't remember. And then plan review fee and all other permits and fee licenses are all the miscellaneous fees that we have. What about, there's like 15 of them that are not worth mentioning, but from site review to environmental review to stuff like that, okay? So here's a list of the historical, since 2016, of the historical development revenue by category. ERP is new, that's part of that fee structure that I just mentioned. And billable hours, you'll see it dropped to $20,000 this year. And I think that's mostly ESE related and a few other projects. Okay. The next one is development revenue.
Don, if you could just go back one more, at the bottom of the page you've got on your handout. It's important to stress that the development revenue is difficult to forecast.
It is difficult. It's the most difficult thing to forecast. I don't show the budget up here, but the last 2 years I can tell you we've not even come close. We've been $300,000 to $400,000 under budget. And even though, and I think this is to Ari's point about that she made earlier, and that's a good talking point, is what about house permits for remodels, and what about fence permits, and what about new roofs, things of that nature. Here's a disadvantage that I'm gonna, and I would like Aaron's comment on this, but my perception, I grew up in construction, was we don't have a building inspector, we don't have a field inspector out there, and it's a contracted employee. They don't do the walk-arounds and look-arounds that our own staff would do. And so if they see something, oh, I don't remember seeing a permit for that, a building permit, I don't see a fence permit, I don't see a deck, I don't see these things, then I can tell you from my past experience in other cities, they won't go get one. And so that's a problem, I think, by not having staff in-house, okay? So I would like, it'll be up to the city manager to think about how we contract that out versus, have our own employee. Aaron, do you wanna weigh in on that?
No, it's definitely a conversation that we're having, that we had after, backlash. You know, whether or not this is something that's a long-term solution or if it's just a
And, me tracking revenues, for the other items, we're definitely down. And that's the next slide I wanna show. So this is typical of 22 and 21 and 19. All 3 years we budget higher revenues. All 3 years projects that were identified, and these ones are identified. I will say in the 30+ years I've been doing budgeting, Newcastle's the first city where I went in and looked at major development projects, named them and said, okay, these are the ones that are gonna come online. Before it was all trends because, you know, yeah, well, I guess I was in rural Idaho or rural Oregon too, so it's easy. You don't get choice of moving to a different area in town across the way. If you're in Newcastle, they can go to Renton, Bellevue, wherever, but still, point is the city does that. And so at first I thought, wow, well, that's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. But what it does do is it identifies for city council why we're way under. Can't do that with your sales tax question, Pradama, but I can with development revenue. And this is highly volatile. We can't predict on it. Property tax is the only reliable revenue source we have. Development revenue and sales tax is not, okay? So, missed the mark on sales tax, missed the mark on development revenue, and it's not our fault. So, that's the reason I wanted to focus on these 3 revenue streams in the general fund. And this is the list of the projects that are identified for, and Aaron mentioned them earlier. These are the 3 projects that we have budgeted for in 2023. I used to budget a little higher for revenue for what Ari just mentioned, but we're not hitting our targets now. And so I worry about 2 things. Even though these are mentioned, even though Aaron has said some of the development monies are coming in the door now, what worries me is I'll just give you a recent example of this week. We interviewed for administrative assistant. One of the applicants just got laid off, being a loan officer. They're laying off thousands of employees in the mortgage business. And high interest rates is a factor. And as that rises, so does our development in our community. And it's a concern. Doesn't mean that they still won't come in. What I have seen is commercial properties usually come in on track. It's the subdivisions. Well, guess what? These are subdivisions. You could have these 3 subdivisions, name them, and they come in right on track. And the next bump in interest rate, which I listened to Powell yesterday morning, and I thought, man, I wonder if I should move some of my stocks. And then the stock market crashed 1,000 points. All over interest rates. That hurts the mortgage business, okay? And that's what I worry about, okay? So, here's a list of them and the timing of those, okay? Water line in 2024. I wonder if we need to move that up, I'm not sure. But, total property, 2023 and 24. Meester, 23, 24. Bakery Park Assemblies, 23 and 24. Then the other 4 are under 6 units. Now, the other 4, they've been on the books for 2 years. They haven't built in 2 years. We had these on there 2 years ago and last year and now. And they haven't built them yet. So, before Steve left, there was another project that he said, I don't think they're ever gonna come in, and so he took them all off because it's too speculative, but we knew about it. So, I worry about development revenue. In your book, it doesn't call it timing of development project, it calls it occupancy because it's part of the population cap factors, but also this slide is great for showing what the projects are and when, okay? So that's why I did that. Any questions? questions, because this is a big deal. Okay. With that, I'll go on, development revenue, as it lays out. The pessimistic staff recommendation is currently known projects, okay? And then optimistic is a few more coming on board. We've been using the staff recommendation for the last several years. We still missed the mark and should have went pessimistic, and even then we wouldn't have made it. So I hate to say where we're at with development revenue, because I don't get it right. And that's not anything I'm ashamed of, it's just the facts, because Steve, when he was here, said, what am I supposed to do? Go hold him in a headlock? That's a wrestling term. So, anyway, that's where we're at. Any questions? All right. Surface water management fee, 13.5% rate increase. It's reliable, it's dependable. Yeah, people pay their taxes, it's a bill just like anything else. This wouldn't matter if King County did it for us, if we had our own department doing it, because user fees are always dependable, okay? I've never, ever had water bills, sewer bills, water and sewer, I always shut their water off. This is the first city I've worked at ever that did have a water department. We have a history, but nonetheless, they're dependable, so it's SWIN. So with that, I'm now going to lead you into expenses unless you have a question.
Another question. Sure. On the SWIM project, the 13%, what kind of a hit does that cause the businesses in the city?
For that,
13.5% hit.
Pardon?
I have marked as 13, but it's 13.5 here on the slide.
Right.
I can follow up with you on that. I don't have that right in front of me.
We'll put it in the parking lot then for follow up, we'll get the question.
Well, I saw some of that information before, and it was substantial. I thought that maybe this would be a place to lower and help the businesses out.
Well, I could offer the people, the business, like the landlords that are collecting the high rent, they're the ones that are paying.
They're passing it on.
Right, but that's not, I'm sure that's not the predominant factor.
And we've already approved the rates. We had that conversation and approved rates.
Well, we still have 23 that was forward too.
23, 24, 25 are approved.
Yeah.
Any other questions? So, it's a good point you make. I want to bring some up. As finance director, my job is to try to predict or put in place council actions, okay? So, I don't create the budget. This is already approved, so that's why I didn't highlight a whole bunch of stuff on it. So, with that, because it's already adopted, I just went ahead and put the numbers in. Okay, we're gonna go into expenses now. And the general fund, is primarily what I'm gonna be talking about. I'll talk a little bit about cumulative reserve fund, but the next few slides are all expenditure driven. Well, general fund driven. Okay, so I talked about taxes and development revenue, and this slide here is about revenues at 11.3 million. And in the projected column, $881,000 was in the cumulative reserve fund. And that, if you recall, we received $3.4 million in ARPA funds. And council on April 5th approved a resolution that shows that the money spent for general government services, and that's really just a reporting mechanism. I've highlighted that in the finance committee and in city council. And the reason I highlight it is because it's a reminder of where we're at, what we're doing. So this is kind of showing that big picture of the 3.4 going at coming in. And we're using it for general government services, which is public safety, which is police and fire, and any other services that define what general government means in a minute. So, general government, at the federal level, we call it somewhat a little bit different, but at the federal level, they also add general government as public safety. Okay, so we identify public safety as separate because of our contracts. We want to know the changes and things, and it's significant. So, the reason I highlighted this is because 881,000. I want to go to the next slide, is because it shows expenses, and can't read that number, but it's $386,160 of surplus monies of it, and that 881 of that surplus of the expense is related to ARPA. Okay, otherwise the number would be negative. The reason that's important is because we are $1.1 million out, and last year without ARPA we would have been $500,000 out. Okay, so this doesn't have ARPA coming in for pandemic relief money, it's one-time monies. We have a huge discussion about what we want to do to fund that 1.1 million. Council, as a whole, has a couple decisions that they need to make with this, and it's urgent that we try to at least have a discussion now and make decisions in 2023, or it's going to be too late. Bob, do you want to echo anything I'm saying, or do you want me to keep going here? Or?
No, we'll get into some discussions.
Okay.
All right.
So, I'll go through the sections individually in a minute, but we got $1.1 million problem. Okay, so here's where I mentioned what general government is. It's the executive department, which is the city council, the city manager, city clerk, city activities. Department asked me the question, what's the drivers in that earlier? I'll tell you in a minute, because I kind of did a little research while we had the presentations. It's the things that Bob mentioned, elections. It's the things that related, I wrote it down somewhere now, I covered it up. Elections, it's staff selection of health benefits, it's city activities went up, it's insurance that went up significantly. One of the cost drivers for public safety's contract is insurance. Well, we're not immune to that. We're also seeing that same exact thing. And so it's problematic, not loud enough, problematic that insurance is one of the drivers.
I think before we're done, you clarify which type of insurance. It's liability.
Liability insurance. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I wrote some other ones down, but I'll find my notes. Anyway, going on. So, what is included in the 2023 forecast for general government? Full staffing levels, town hall. So that's the other thing that are drivers that we didn't budget for in 2022, that is in 2023. The citizen survey, the facilitator for that, and city council retreat. These things were not budgeted, some of those things, in 2022. AWC insurance going up 25%, legal going up 10%, elections went up 79%, and increase of development professional services for review because of those extra projects that Aaron was mentioning, went up 100%. They doubled, okay? So that's the drivers. I knew I'd written it down somewhere probably.
I don't want to necessarily, because I don't have the exact number, but the AWC insurance, I think that is a combination of our liability insurance with WCIA, that's the group we're in,
Yep.
and AWC. AWC covers our medical and other dental insurances. And WCIA covers our public liability and our automobile insurance, stuff like that. So I think the combination of the two.
No, not in this case.
Okay.
So the health benefit costs are in the benefit lines of every.
You calculated that for full staffing?
For staff.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where that's covered.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, good comment, thank you. But it did go up.
Yes.
So, and I mentioned that earlier, I think it was a 10%.
So our legal going up is instantly best.
Hensley Best,
because of public records requests.
predominantly. Yeah. It's huge.
Oh, I
And it's
know.
not only just legal, it's staff. I spent a week during the budget that I didn't have time for. I was pretty upset. Public records was crazy. All right, public safety.
The elections, can you explain what we pay for elections?
Sure, we pay for our share, so when there's an election every year, the county handles it, but then if you have depending if it's a council election year or not, you're still gonna have costs every other year. And if I remember correctly, this is gonna be a federal election this year, and as well as state, but not a local. Local's next year, it's the odd years, and the even years, it's got the state and I believe the federal piece, and so it switches back and forth. And because you have a higher participation generally, I'm not saying usually that's the case, when we have it in even years, you're gonna have a little higher cost, if I understand it correctly.
Yeah, the breakout of elections I have here is voter registrations up, general elections up, or the same, excuse me, general elections up, and the primary election is.
That's a big driver, you know, thank you, you have a primary as well.
Yeah.
So the county bills.
Go ahead, Paul.
Let me just, a couple of things about election costs. Extremely difficult to forecast. As difficult as development revenue is to forecast, election costs just as or more difficult. In part because of all of the unknowns. So we pay for participation in the primary. If you're running for election, who knows whether or not someone's going to file to run against, a city council member. That's part of the unknowns. We pay for the pamphlet of participation. If we have a special measure, like a ballot measure, which we did in 2020, that changes the calculus. And then it's also difficult to predict when those costs will actually come due. So some of the costs for election in year X come due in year X, and some of them come due in year Y. So you have to kind of take all these moving parts into account.
Any other? All right, public safety. This was included in public safety. The police department, fire department, legal services, animal control, and I just realized I did not put jail on there. Jail's not a factor. And Chief talked about that. Jail, no worries. Legal, no worries. They're pretty predictable. No increase is really there. But however, fire and police there are, okay? So, contributing factors is inflation, cost for insurance, body cameras are the main factors impacting the police budget. And as I mentioned earlier when Jason was giving his presentation, there are no new officers in the 24th and 28th fiscal year. And we want to make sure that council's aware of that, so they do layer that in. We need to factor that into how we balance the budget, okay?
This might be a good time to mention this, but just as a touchstone, if you will, public safety, and I'm not picking on these folks, but I just want to give you an idea. Take a look at your total property tax.
Wait a minute, don't mention that yet.
All right.
Right here. How much?
If you look at your total property tax, if you look at the total for each year, if you included what the staff is recommending as far as taking the 1%, you're looking at the new construction we're forecasting, take that total, compare it to public safety, to police, fire, and you'll notice that the property tax is just staying ahead of the total cost in public safety. That is your main and your most consistent and reliable revenue source. You're just staying just barely above the water line, if you will. That'll give you some idea of what you're facing here. You have really no other discretionary monies to give to all your other services. You've got retail sales, and you've got some development costs, or fees, development revenue. Those are covering, obviously, most of your staff. You'll find that, you'll see this later when we start discussing this, that it's going to be a huge lift for folks in the out years to figure out what you're going to do about that. That's probably the main reason that I wanted to have this discussion today with all the department heads here and looking at some of the challenges we're going to be facing in the next year or two.
We can't cut our ways out of this hole. there's no way to do any cuts in expenditures that'll dig us out of that $1.4 million problem. And next year, 24, close to a $2 million problem. You can't, there's no way. It's impossible.
If you go ahead, we have that slide there, Paul, but the one we discussed the other day.
Did I have that up?
We have about 26% of the total revenue, if you will, that's not already accounted for. Public safety is covering one, we've got the contract services, and then covers the other, I think public safety is almost 50, maybe 55%. The other costs, I think, are up around 18 or 19%. And you've got about roughly 25% of your, what I'll call, total revenues that are discretionary. And those are paying for the rest of your employees, their salary and benefits. What really are their general fund. So your base, what you can work from, look at expenditures, is only about, I would say about $2.5 to $3 million.
Yeah, look at page 16 of your book. I don't have a slide of this. So if you just go to page 16 of your, well, actually, don't go to that. Go to the handout that was handed out today, because it's corrected with that Parks Recreation deal. So if you go to that instead, what Bob is talking about,
That page
it's on the back of one of the pages.
Well, what it is done, and then,
No, it looks like this. Your first sheet looks like this. Bob, right there.
this one.
Yeah,
Okay,
that guy.
I got it. So it's the smaller one.
Yep.
All right.
Does it have that?
That's the fourth page in,
Right there.
like this. That's what I was describing earlier. So your salary benefits, that blue one, that's your, all your general fund employees. That's the amount that you got to play with or work with, if you will, as far as looking at expenditures. But that's already covering those folks. You don't really have any discretion over that. But you do, you're gonna have to make some tough decisions about what services you wanna be providing, what types of programs you wanna be providing. It's gonna come down to some of those tough questions. And you heard earlier, all those things the staff presented today, you can in your own mind think about this, you can also discuss it, but you have to decide, most of those are essential, most of those are mandated by law. And there are perhaps a few things in there you can take a look at, but you're gonna have to make decisions about, as I mentioned earlier, community standards that are expected here in Newcastle. And the council has to represent those.
I want to echo some. I've been doing this a long time. I've been a budget reviewer for the Government Finance Officers Association for over 20 years. There's three things that Bob just highlighted. One is mandated general governmental services. There's things that are considered public safety that are usually not mandated, but you want a certain level, okay? And the third one is called culture and recreation, okay? Culture and recreation, those are hard for city councils in the past, no matter what city, to reduce because that is usually not very much money. And for us, you're talking about trails and Lake North. So what are you gonna cut? There isn't a lot of fun.
Well, it's a livable community when you get to that level,
Yeah.
you know. And you're right, there's not a lot of money that goes into them.
Yeah, so that's what makes the job harder, for city councils, because I'm providing you with the best information I can, and then, yeah, I'm gonna ask a few questions about what about this, what about that, nickel dime something, but at the end of the day, you have a lot of information in front of you, definitely a high level summary for a very specific purpose, because you can't, there's no way to cut you around the hole. This does not add a police officer, okay? You heard Jason talk about that earlier.
That ain't staff.
No staff. There is 0 new staff in any of the budgets. It's 28.6 for the next 6 years. Now, we budget on an annual basis, so the point is, you've got an opportunity to look forward and say, okay, what is it that you want to do? I think the next slide is just a question.
Just so we're all playing off the same assumption, the last page of the handout this morning, that had your 6-year forecast as correct.
Correct, yes.
So on this graph, the public safety graph, property taxes do not meet the public safety only in 27, 28, and most likely going forward.
That's correct.
And we're just
And you,
barely getting by.
so as a reviewer, okay, general fund, public safety usually is around 45 to 55%, depending on what services your organization as a city pays for. Because a lot of cities' culture and recreation is a lot higher than what we have. They have the full rec program, they have T-ball and youth soccer and all the stuff that's sponsored by city government, not just the schools, okay? And we don't have that here. So that's why the number can change from 45 to 55%. We're over 80%, okay?
Well, and to clarify, we don't fund schools.
No, we don't.
I just want, because there's a perception in the community that we do, and we have
We do
nothing to
not.
do with funding schools.
I'm just saying other communities piggyback by adding additional services for culture and recreation, which is arts.
Oh, yeah, I work for one.
Youth programs. With that, I think that was my last slide. Oh, no. I have one more. I can keep talking. Damn! Bob thought I was done. All right, the parks budget is up 9%, it's mostly inflationary stuff. Just think about fertilizer, think about things of that nature that's way up. Personally, I bought a bunch of stuff to do weed control at my own house. It's jumped a bunch. Fuel prices, you know, it's all, you know, related. And with that, the cumulative reserve fund and swim fund, okay, this $10,000, I'm glad I'm looking at that number, is for the single audit act, okay? Anytime we get over $750,000, the federal government comes in and says you will perform a single audit, which is separate from your regular audit. So we have 2 audits next year. One's a single audit, they do them at the same time, don't get me wrong, but I've added another 10 grand to the budget just for the single audit. Good news is, I've got to sharpen my pencil on this next go around because audit costs for the city have been around $33,000, and I saw that we might get down around under 15. A lot of that's because of working remotely has benefited our city too. So I'll be sharpening my pencil on the next go around for that. But, you know, so that's been a savings, but this will not be a savings in terms of a single audit. It's pretty bad. One thing that the city council approved, thank you very much, is to say that we spent all of the money this year on 3.4, so we only have one single audit that is in the 2022 year, and it will be performed about the same time frame next year in the 23 for the use of the funds, which is general government. Now, this 2.5 that you see in the screen right there, the balance of that is going to be used for pandemic relief. And that's, the city council had those 8 buckets however many weeks ago. And it's, none of that is actually in this window yet. And so I guess a couple decision points that staff will look at is, we got the FEMA grant in the facilities fund for the generator. Do we leave it in? Do we leave it out? Do we go ahead and build it, not build it? I know that you can't, if you build it, you can't later say, I still want the FEMA grant. They reimburse me for work I already did. It doesn't work that way. The way grants work historically, and I see into the future, this is my perspective, is that we will continue to be a reimbursement grant basis, okay? The American Rescue Plan Act was a one and only, where here you go, here's the money, and we'll audit you in a year or 2. And it turns out to be 4 years, because, well, it depends on how you spend your money. So that's why it's pandemic relief money now, that's why we call it that now. And it was always, I hope my intent to relate to you guys, that we follow the rules of the risk original intent of the grant, even though we did the reporting, that would be easy. So, but that's not my decision, that's your guys'. And with that, let's see, I think that's it. Oh, swim. Just keeps on going. Okay, I don't really have a lot to show, except, one of the things I will point out is Jeff's grants. He does do a great job of getting reimbursed on a lot of grants. And the other thing that I wanted to show was the grants, loans to pursue. And Jeff, I don't know what the 2.2 million is, out there.
1.5 for that flood control grant, 17. But I have to look at what the other one is.
Yeah, I forgot about the storm drain. It's a swim, this is, so that's a FEMA grant where we had that big presentation by McKenna that one year. And showing the, I call it the beaver pond or whatever.
I had a question on the parks. So,
Which parts?
yeah. So that's the difference, right? The 746 that changed, the
Yeah.
940 to 1.1.
Yeah.
So just a quick question, Don. Can this expense come out of the parks fund?
Parks capital.
Yeah.
No. So, the parks impact fees are what maintains the parks capital fund. Same, when I tell you this story, it's gonna be the same for transportation impact fees. Impact fees are based upon, and Jeff, I paraphrase this a little bit wrong, but I think I've got it pretty well right, is it's based on capacity. So, maintenance doesn't improve capacity, it just keeps your parks looking nice and maintained, like fertilizer and water and things like that. The capacity fee is like, you can improve traffic through Lake Bourne by adding a walkway all the way around it. I think that's in the master plan, all the way around the park. We can pay for that, okay? Which is why we did that last year, I think, or this year. Anyway, that's what it can be. Same is true of transportation, it has to be capacity related. And so you can't use maintenance like we do in the street fund, for example, or the parks maintenance fund. You can't use it for those purposes in the capital fund, which is why they're segregated. Which is why at the very start, it's a great question for new council members, because that's why I segregated this into two groups. One is the operations budget, one is the capital budget. We don't have an issue with the capital budget, we have plenty of money. Which is why you're asking the question, can we move some things and ship them out? Because it's a great question, can you? There was something that Aaron said during the meeting that I gotta pursue a little bit. And I don't know if she can answer this off the cuff, but I'm gonna throw it out there. When we, in other cities that I've worked, when you do a capital project and you have a building permit, for example, for that project, the capital fund can pay for it and reimburse the general fund for that permit, okay? That gives more revenue to the general fund, and I don't know the answer to that. That's one off, but it made me think about that. So, anyway, good question.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, just to let you know, my mind is only working towards how can we bring this 1.1 down? And I'm just trying to think creatively here.
Yeah, great.
I know being new, but then, you know, I'm just thinking outside the box, and there are a lot of things I don't know, so that's the reason I'm asking these questions.
Great
Because
questions.
all I'm just trying to see that how we can bring that down, you know. I know we cannot do it completely, but are there ways that, you know, maybe sometimes, you know, out of discussion, a new solution
Well, my
comes
brain's
out.
thinking like that, that's why I mentioned as an example, can't do this, but maybe we can do that.
Yeah,
you
and
know.
that's exactly what, you know,
So-
because sometimes some discussions just lead to some solutions.
Yeah, yeah. Great. That collaborative discussion is great, because then you can think of things, and that's what this, you know, 4 years ago, we didn't have these workshops. And Linda can attest that, before that, it was staff reacting during a council meeting, and then, oh, we got to take care of business. These are a great tool in terms of spinning quality time understanding this document and what's in it.
And you're going to talk about transfers eventually, right? Or-
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just have a few questions around that, so. just
I
wanna
don't think
make
I have
sure.
this slide. Here's the fuel reserve fund we talked about, swim we talked about, and questions. So I have to go to that page, which is in the introduction section of your budget. And that did not change during our quality control check yesterday. And I do want to let you guys know, Christian really worked hard on working late because of the quality control concerns we found yesterday afternoon. So I want to really give you some praise towards that.
Yeah, so in those lines, Don, I just wanted to point out on page 11, I know we'll do that later, but I just wanted to point out on street fund, page 11 on the budget book. On the street fund, it says 2023 forecast budget decreased 80,000 compared to 22. I think it should be increased, right, instead of decreased?
I gotta go back and look. Let me circle that real quick. I can answer that question shortly. Yeah, it should be increased.
Yeah, so just,
Yeah.
if you just want to make a note of that,
Yeah.
correct that.
Yeah, I think it's the same dollar amount, just increased.
Yeah.
Well, I'll ask you a question.
Yeah, your
The equipment rental fund, right, there's, expenditures transferred, it went up tremendous amount this year, and, I'm not quite sure why is that?
Okay, so good question. So I had two ways to go about doing that. One is just charging the fees, and I did it that way. So first of all, the reason for the increase is new equipment. I don't remember the dollar amount. It's in her fund. But anyway, for the general fund, it went up significantly because of that. And so, but I also toned it down a little bit and didn't recapture all of the fees related to new construction, new equipment. And the reason for that is because their fund is sitting healthy in that it has money in there to buy equipment, but we have some other needs in year 3, I think, for equipment. So deplete it down to, I don't know the dollar amount but to deplete it down would be pretty foolhardy not to do. Typically, you charge, fund would charge replacement value and stuff. But what I've done in the last several years is, because it was healthy, I did not add more money to the fund itself, which gives an artificial sense this year that I've increased it a whole bunch when I haven't been charging it for 3 years for any equipment. Through a pandemic mode, it was hard to get stuff when you did get it. And then what really happened last year was we had a number of pieces of equipment break down, and we did a budget number for, it was only 14,000, but Jeff really made a more robust effort to do that. Now, there's two ways of going about charging fees. One is a capital transfer, which you see in the out years, but in 2023, I absorbed it through the actual user fees. Two purposes for that. One is transparency, because who uses those cars or vehicles is Parks, not his department, but Parks and engineering and the building inspector in the general fund. In the street fund, and that's another reason it went up, it's the cost for their vehicles in the street fund, and finally the swim fund. Okay, those are the major operating funds, all general fund. And 6 years ago, swim fund didn't pay for its lion's share of equipment. It bought it right out of the swim fund. Now, ownership of all of the vehicles by the equipment rental fund, and then they charge out, sort of like a leasing company would. That's the way that works.
Any room to bring that down, because do we really need that much? I mean, that will help our 1.1.
Sorry, what?
Any room to bring it down? I mean, like, do we really need, 240,000 increase?
The
In the
ending balance,
ER.
the ending balance is still 300,000, maybe we could use some of that.
So
Yeah.
80,000 of the 300 is related to operations. Or maybe it's not that high, 40,000 maybe. And the rest is all related to capital. I guess it's a matter of coming up with a strategy on replacement value, but, I'd have to weigh in with Jeff on that.
Charge copiers for that too.
Yes, that's
I
another
remember
thing
when
we-
you moved them.
Okay, so one of the things we did, thank you for reminding me, I forgot all about that. One of the things we do is we charge a replacement value for the copiers. The year that I came here, the year before I came here, we spent $250,000 on all of the copiers in the city. We got ripped off. And it was because this previous finance director didn't have time to go out, she just signed a lease, okay? One of my jobs is to make sure that I look at leases and make sure we're getting our fair share. What ended up happening is we ended up buying all of the copiers, and now all we have is we have a replacement value. The copiers cost less than $50,000, where we paid $250,000 before. That's how much savings we made doing that change. So we went from $250,000 outlay in 2015 to less than $50,000, and I'm replacing that at a rate of $10,000 a year, so that in 4 years or 5 years, into the 4th year, we can buy new copiers and they're paid for. And that is just good common sense. We need to make sure you guys get your packets, that machine out there, and also the engineering and planning part uses the other one. What's the name of that machine, Jeff? I can't remember. Big plotter.
The wide plotter and scanner.
Yeah, plotter scanner. Those are expensive pieces of equipment, but and they're heavily used. So
Can I just give my observation, being on the finance committee for the last 2.5 years, coming on board, what I was hearing initially when I got on council, that you had kind of looked into this whole program, and really took a lot of time to decide this is how much should be transferred each year from the general fund to IRF to have a healthy fund to get done what we want and what we need. And then, unfortunately, in every budget season that I've been part of, that's been cut. And now unfortunately, we're at the point, we're at the breaking point now, where we have to put the money in. We haven't been doing it the way that you had set up the program initially to work, and now we're just at that point where it needs to happen. We've put it off, we've kicked the can down the road too long, and now we have to do it. That's my observation. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know that's kind of.
it's absolutely correct.
Okay.
And so one of the things you have to be very careful is not just look at the money that's in this fund and say, oh, it's healthy. I don't remember how many pieces of equipment. Jeff, did you have that on that slide, how many pieces of equipment we have? We have a bunch of equipment, a bunch of vehicles. One of those vehicles, I'd say, 2-ton trucks. You outfit a 2-ton truck with all the snow removal equipment and de-icer equipment and all that stuff is expensive.
$100,000.
Yeah, by itself. You take a backhoe. How much are those now, Jeff? I'm gonna guess 125 to 140 grand for a commercial backhoe. They last a long time, but I remember 4 years ago, sitting in my office and I saw Gary Gnomes going down the hill, right down through here. On that tractor, bouncing up, clear off the seat. I'm thinking, I went into Jeff's office and I said, Jeff, we need a new backhoe. And then 3 months later, our hydraulics are good. So pieces of equipment are expensive, and so you buy a couple of those pieces and all of a sudden your reserve is gone. So that's my worry about that.
But, sorry, am I safe in assuming we're in the scheduled hour of discussion of what to do? and
That's
accept?
what I was just gonna bring up, if we wanted to migrate over there, we seem to be doing that.
Okay. Good, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Don and Christian as well. So I think I have a lot of thoughts here I wanted to share, not as much questions, but feel free to comment as well. I think there are a lot of uncontrollables when we look at this, right? There's, we can't control the cost of certain equipment, we can't control the labor market and what those costs will drive, and those will be continually increasing, plus different policing costs, things like that. So I wanted to frame the way I was thinking about this for council, because for the more robust discussion on revenue, first and foremost, I think we need to have a more robust conversation about economic development. I'm scheduled to go attend the Chamber of Commerce meeting, their executive board meeting next month. So we did used to have an economic development committee. We don't currently. This is something I'm planning to bring up when we have the new community development person on board. Trying to maximize sort of, we talked about sales tax, we talked about online revenue, trying to see how we can support the local businesses and how they can not just be here and continue to be here, but thrive. I think there's a lot of stuff that can come with that. So we talked at AWC about certain cities created a sort of, I don't know the right word, registry of businesses that were local, right? And they looked at, okay, where are the vacancies, right? Where are the vacant storefronts? What can we do there? Can we try to incentivize those not being vacant so that we have more business, we have more sales tax, those sort of items. I think some of the ARPA things we're looking at are a good step with that, but I think, moving towards that, you're more likely to see grants and partnerships from the county or partnering with the city level if you have those plans put forward. I think we need to have a much more robust discussion on housing and affordable housing. So I've talked about it primarily from an equity standpoint before, but it does have a big lens of what we do here as well. City Manager Larson said himself that property taxes are the most stable source of our revenue. And I think we need to look at sort of what we're doing with land use, what we're doing with our downtown to, the more people that we have live here, the more density we have, the more property taxes will in. I can go on about the equity aspect of it for a while, but I would love to see more groundwork there, right? We have a missing middle grant that's going and to come back, and then we can use that to study. We have local partnerships that are in place with ARCH, and we can have those conversations. But I think we need to look at that. I think cities our size, like the city of Kenmore, have a affordable housing committee internally at a council. I'd love to have a conversation about that and seeing what, studying it more. I don't think it needs to be a scary thing, but looking at what we're doing and looking how we can move it forward as well. I personally like to have a study session on an emissions tax and talk about what that would look like and understand more about that. Emissions on the golf course. I know folks have talked about it in the past. And have that conversation and see, what that would potentially look like, because I think we need to look at all the options in our toolbox. I think there are a lot of different ways to address these sort of things, but doing it holistically is really critical. Okay, what this option with emissions tax, what is this option with trying to work on economic development, trying to work on more housing. Additionally, too, I think there are some credit to some of my colleagues. I do agree. I think this is something you can cut your way out of, but I do think there are costs here and there we can look at, right, and assess. I mean, I personally, I would be a fan of having, instead of an annual town hall at the golf course where we pay for the space and pay for a full spread, I'd be a fan of having it in maybe a space that's not as daunting to people that are lower income or renters, and having maybe twice a year in spaces like Aegis or spaces like Newcastle Commons or spaces like that to bring other folks in. I think we can look at our pavement index. This week has a score of 60 as the baseline. We have 76. I'm not saying we go down to 60, but I think that's a conversation to have. And I think we can look at, how we interact with developers and our public work standards as well. So I think there's a lot of, I don't think it's a reason to be, any from a deeply worried or crisis or anything like that, but I think it's looking at all these aspects on both sides of it. And I think there's a lot more we can do that is council members as well too, to educate ourselves and learn and try to work on some of these issues. I think there's a lot out there as well too. I don't know if you have any to comment on that.
Yeah, I'll comment on as many of the things I think I can remember. So, of all the things you mentioned, I'll go through one at a time. When I first hit economic development in downtown, okay? It's important that we maintain downtown. This budget, as a government, all we can do is help promote, you know, and keep our businesses intact. We don't tax them now. We do not have a B&O tax. People come into our community, businesses, and we get phone calls all the time. What's the B&O tax in Newcastle? We don't have one, okay? So we are pretty lean when it comes to encouraging businesses to come in because we don't charge that tax. So from a government imposing that, we don't do that now, okay? Economic development, that's the chamber's role. Yes, cities can facilitate something, but I'm not sure what they would do to help that except promote our community at large, okay? So that's the economic part, okay? The second one, trying to remember some of the other things, the second one was admissions tax. That would create about $250,000, okay? Doesn't, falls way short of million two, but it's about $250,000. What's some of the other things? Arch, affordable housing. Okay, so we give $27,000 now, or 27, 29, something like that, to Arch. We provide that because, and this is where Aaron might step in and add to it, but we add that based on a membership plus a fee because they don't physically maybe build in our area and we get credit for that. I'm not sure, short of, you know, having working with a not-for-profit, which we already do. I mean, I'm working with other cities where we partnered as with a not-for-profit. And the way that partnership worked was to enable the not-for-profit to get a CDBG grant, like the development block grant, to help build a sewer line, a water line, a storm drain utility line. We've done that, okay, in other communities that work. We don't have that issue here, okay? So I feel like that probably addresses the affordable housing piece because we do it as a contribution. What was the other thing you mentioned? I'm trying to hit the highlights.
So this conversation actually, that way, but was about, here it comes, a discussion about revenue status of where we're at, compared to our expenditures. And I know the grounds of the conversation Bob would like to begin to have, and I'd really like to turn it over to him.
You walked right back into that one.
Now you're fine.
Yeah, there
We
you go.
assigned you.
Okay. I mentioned earlier, for instance, that your property tax, that's the most stable source of revenue you have, but in my opinion, professional opinion, is that it's fairly static. And the other two you've got that are there's a possibility of increasing those over time, but you're not gonna necessarily cover all the costs you got, or your development costs, of your revenues, and your retail sales. And you'd have to increase your retail sales tax on an order of magnitude of anywhere from 50 to 100%. You want to affect what's going on in your expenditure load for your general fund. The other piece obviously is property tax. And again, that you're getting, state law provides for 1% if you take it, and then you've got the new construction. That's not covering your basic costs. It's not even covering I'll call your general fund employees. Just to look at what I'll call the inflationary increases for salary and benefits year over year. That $60,000 or $70,000 is nowhere near what you're needing. We can show that to you as well. But if you're down to talking about seriously, what are you going to do? You can cut some of your expenditures, but there's, like I said earlier, you don't have a lot of discretion there because you've got such a small piece of the total expenditure you can actually look at. Unless you're willing to look at the big ones, I'm calling it, police and fire. You're getting a pretty good deal on those as well. I look at those contracts, I look at similar sized cities, where I came from with those others, and those are pretty good costs. paying all the overhead. You're paying for some of the overhead for the police department, you're not paying for all of it. You actually own or manage those operations or those services. So you're really getting coming down to year over year, you've got a structural imbalance. I believe, and I did this when I was in Snoqualmie, you hit the cliff, if you will, and now you've got to take a look at what are you going to do about it. You can try to cut $1 million out of your expenditures, but I just don't think you're going to be able to get there. And that increases year over year. It's not like it's $1 million each year. It's pretty significant if you look at the out years. And you're looking at a structural deficit, if you will, about 5 or 6 years out. It's going to be close to getting upwards of 66% or almost 7% of your total expenditures. And so the reality is that you got to look at other revenue sources that other cities have had to provide for. And when folks talk about living within your means, that means you also have to take a look at what's been provided to the cities, enabling legislation, to take a look at those revenues. Because unlike private sector businesses, if you have cost centers, if you will, or revenue centers, you can take a look at those. But the city has only 2 or 3 fundamental issues here, and that is your revenue sources. Property taxes being one, retail sales being another, and for other cities, there's a business and operations tax they sometimes use. Other cities also use the utility tax. Those are the big, what I'll call the revenue portfolios that most cities have to deal with. And so you're really limited, but you have to take a really strong look at what's being provided. 1% in a property tax, and you've got inflationary increases from 2, 3, 4 years back, they're easily 3 or 4%. You weren't even covering your costs back then with those. Some cities are actually growing faster than this city, if you will, as far as development revenue as well as property tax. So you're not going to be able to cover those differences. So it really comes down to what revenue sources you want to take a look at to achieve this. That's what the states allow you folks to do. And so unlike a private sector business, you have to make those decisions by saying, we have the availability of those revenues, increase them. And sometimes you have to go out and maybe it's a councilmatic issue, or maybe it's going to the voters. But I would say whatever you do, here on out, is if you decide to go there for a I'll call a voter referendum to allow that to occur. And I've had other councils do this. Snoqualmie being one, they went after levy limit twice because they couldn't afford their basic services, that being police, fire, and one of their services that their survey was loud and clear about was recreation or parks. All the mandatory issues that those folks want to have. They expect those things. That's the community standard that we need to talk about. But whatever you do, you need to let the voters decide as a council. You made a vote, whatever. I think one case Snoqualmie voted 5-2 or 6-1, put it out to referendum, but then the council let the voters decide that. They didn't attempt to go out there and advocate for or against it. They just told the facts as they knew them. And that's what I encourage you folks to do at some point. You're going to have to do that. I don't know what it would be, but that might be one of the options you have.
Well, I think it's easier for people to understand there is some kind of new revenue stream needed to support public safety costs. Those are traditionally, from what I've seen, the biggest supported by the voters. And I think in 2020, when the utility tax was on the ballot, I never felt like it was truly to fund public safety. That was not put at the forefront. And on top of that, we had a legislative body working against that, against the wishes of the council. And as an elected official, to work against your body is number one, against our policies, and number two, really seen as unfavorable. So I think that's something we need to keep in mind as we have these discussions, that whether you vote in favor of it or not, you do need to support the legislative body.
Thank you, Bob. Yeah, I wanted to respond to part, and Don, and also the conversation we're having, because that was sort of the Bob talking about this idea of like we need to have a conversation about revenue sources. That's what I wanted to talk about. I really strongly think we can't have all or nothing thinking with a lot of these. There's not going to be one silver bullet. I think we need to approach this from a lot of angles. So, like, respectfully, Don, so economic development, I wasn't talking about a B&O tax per se, but But I think as we've had several instances here at the council where it's, I think all of us have wanted more information on the businesses and wanted to know more about the businesses and wanted to know like, what can we do here? Like, what would be a good way to support them? We don't know the best way to support them. Staff doesn't know the best way to support them. So I don't want to operate under the assumption that we're just doing everything we can for economic development. I want to see, we don't know what we don't know there, and that's why I want to explore that. I think there's a framework for it, having a bit of past committee discussion I want to have. I think housing too, we talked about paying into Arch. I mean, I think we paid the minimum into Arch. We still have to make over 265% of the median income to live here, and it's not sustainable. And I'm not talking about, radically, put a hand aside, building apartments in my suburb. That's not what I'm talking. I think I'm looking at it from the lens of like, these are all levers, right? And the degree of a lever, I think, is the conversation we had. I think if we have more people, we have more housing here, which, looking at, I think a lot of the new folks who are moving in are folks who work for Amazon in the Bellevue expanding area there. That is more property tax that comes in, right? So these are all pieces of the pie, at least. And I think we need to, and I think especially with how much of a focus there is on housing with the crisis that we're facing, there is going to be a lot more resources out there, right? Like we just got a very no strings attached grant to study housing. I would assume there's going to be more like that, especially with the state legislature wanting to address housing and providing those resources, looking at those things. So I think that's another lever. And I think, yeah, just to have a conversation on a lot of these issues. I think a good case would be, to your point, we're doing, the city of Redmond's currently doing a public safety levy, or is upcoming, I don't know exactly what it is, but it's upcoming soon. And that could be a good case to study. I'm trying to be realistic here what we're looking at. I think historically we've had voters vote down twice a sort of, I don't know what, if it was the same case in the first instance, but a $10 a month tax. So I'm trying to look at like what revenue sources can we look, because I think, respectfully, I don't think that's what folks that voted that down, so they didn't want that. So what are all of our aspects? I think an emissions tax, I think it's a good conversation to have, because I think it is, from an equity standpoint, we're looking at people that use our city, right? We have a lot of people that come to our golf course that are not residents of our city that want to use that, right? If they can, realistically, I think if there was an emissions tax on the golf course, they would just probably, like most businesses, reflect that into their price, and then the folks that would eat that would be the ones that are utilizing the golf course, which is not going to be entirely Newcastle residents. But I think these are all conversations we're having of the revenue aspect, and I don't think there's one silver bullet. I think it's all of it.
I mentioned being on tax not because I was purporting to say that we needed one, just to say that we're absent all of the taxes that other cities have, and it's not an obstacle for businesses to come into town. That's what I know about that.
Gotcha.
It's already a business. It's already an economic driver. The fact we don't have that tax, it makes Newcastle a much more attractive place to start a business, simply because you don't have to pay that particular tax. This is a very familiar conversation that we've had. The fact of the matter is that property tax isn't going to scale. It's just not built to scale. It goes up 1% per year. We're spending more than 90% of that revenue on public safety, police, fire, and other. It's north of 90% of it. Sales tax doesn't scale. Building, new construction. We're getting down to the end of being able to find those big places to continue to develop. So
on top of that, new development means more maintenance in the future.
Right, and that's not scalable. So we come down to this. We come down to the last piece that is actually implementable, scalable. It's equitable in the sense that if you spend more, you pay more. If you spend less, you pay less. It's the utility tax. I'm just going to say it, and I can feel people sharpening their social media pencils right now. But it's the only lever that makes sense. Now we don't have to turn that on full blast. We don't have to go 6% across the board. Wow. But if it's part of a solution, it's some something we need to consider to you know, to just to even out the revenue flow so that we can, in years where development kicks in, sales tax kicks in, gives us a little more money that we can save and use in a discretionary way. But foundationally, you know, it strengthens our position as a city to be able to, again, give people the standard of living that they've come to accustom in Newcastle. And like I said, it doesn't have to be a full blast thing. We can come up with an approach that, again, allows us an appropriate amount of revenue to maintain the city and the things people want out of it. And it is scalable as people come in, people who rent, people who do other things, people, you know, it becomes something that helps us. It's the best lever. It's just how hard do we want to pull it?
Go ahead, Steph.
Maybe just some thoughts, observations coming in fresh, I guess. I don't know a lot of communities, so I had the opportunity to be the city manager in 3 communities as well. I would have to say that public safety and maybe police services specifically were the major priority in all 3 of them. And all 3 of them had a mechanism in place in order to pay for that outside of general property taxes. I'm sorry, Tom. And so that's just an observation. We don't have that mechanism, but it seems like public safety and police services in general, in particular, are very important in Newcastle. I do think that I love the levers discussion, just because I think that has to be a part of it. It can't just be a one-off, because then in 6 years or in 8 years, we'll either have to renew a levy or we have to do something where we're gonna have this conversation all over again. And so it has to be broader than one thing. I think what's important though, and what's worked in other communities that I've been in, is that we have to try to understand what's the most important things to the community. Because if it does come down to putting a vote in front of the community, and it's for things that are on their radar that are important to them, they're going to be supportive of those things. I would consider Furcrest, which is where I'm coming from, most recently is about as conservative a community I think as there is in the state of Washington. And they voted, 79% of people voted there to tax themselves with an excess levy to build a new pool community center. That doesn't go if you didn't find out what's the most important thing for Furcrest residents, and then let them be a part of what we're building, and that was a significant thing for such a conservative community to do that. 80%, almost 80% of people said, yes, let's do that. And so whatever our strategy becomes, or whatever revenue sources we want to try to go after, I think it's important to involve the community in those discussions, because eventually they have to support it.
Great point, and especially when you're talking about, for lack of a better term, the fluff, really. You know, that's one beyond public safety. That is the nice to have, and to hear that it was approved by nearly 80% says a lot for the work your council did and your staff, and the proper way to communicate it.
So I'll come back to a technical question now.
I hope I have an answer for you.
So I was reading through rates, and it said that you can use it for administrative facilities in our budget book. I was reading our last year's budget book, and then I also read through REITs. Yeah, it can be used for administrative facilities, and then I also read through, and I'll send you a copy of that, Washington revenue guidelines, and that also said that it can be used for capital maintenance. So my question is, the 225 for the generator, can that come out of the REIT because it would be maintenance of your administrative facilities?
Good question, I have researched that.
Yeah, because it'll reduce the burden, but, let's explore that.
Well, first of all, let me just clarify about the generator. There's currently no general fund revenue supporting that 225 specifically. I put a grant in there.
No, you have a transfer, right?
Yeah, but that's not, no. So the facility fees that are charged to the facility fund where the generator is to pay for operations. And for this floor, well, all of the floors minus the tenant revenue and the garage and the annex. And what's increased about that is, and Sarah can help me with this memory part, is I think that ADA elevators are not ADA compliant, so we got improvements there. And trying to remember if I funded that with grant money. I think I did.
I thought I saw that.
So if you go to the fund sheets, let me just go to that page for you. But the end, let's do this. If you're right, I think the answer is yes. That I can use REIT and move it to that. Okay?
Yeah.
And not use general fund. And if that's the case, I'll make that change in the next iteration, okay?
That will reduce the burden a
And
little
that
bit.
will reduce the budget, that much.
Yeah, I mean, because you have 225 for that, and then you have 90K for
And we allocate that based.
facility maintenance, repairs, and whatever, so I think both
Yeah.
of those can, because we have
Well,
enough
not
on the rate.
maintenance, you can't do repair maintenance, but what you can do is possibly a generator, a roof, if we were to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know about parking striking, but things that are big, okay, like that could possibly be used for REIT. But I had money in there, you'll see a grant line item, grants to pursue or something, in the facility fund.
Yeah.
It won't be on that sheet, it'll be one of the.
Let's do a parking lot for REIT. And let's give council some primer on that when they get to their budget session.
Yeah, okay.
What we could be used for.
Yeah, I mean, you can explore, like, you
Yeah.
already made
And
the point.
one way of doing that is there's a revenue that covers that expenditure.
Right.
Yeah, because somewhere I saw in one of the funds it was
Go to
transferring from there and
This, go to the facilities fund and you'll see it.
Yeah.
they,
You know what I mean.
and then,
Yeah, REIT 1 and 2, what can they be used for? And we need definitions, and I'm not certain about the generator or capital maintenance either, frankly, I got.
yeah, because if you look at the Washington, it's all online, the Washington, revenue guidelines. Yeah,
And you're right, there's one, not both of them, but one of those you can.
Yeah, and then, the other question I had on the same thing on the street fund. I see a 250 transfer
Yep.
from the general
Yeah,
to
that's
street.
for operations.
So anything,
No, that
Yeah.
has to happen. So here's what, I have that number's normally around 300,000, okay? And this year, because of the problems we had with the general fund, it was way over budget. It was way more than the 550, it was like 900. Well, originally it was like 1.1 and it dropped down to 900 and then we got down. I lowered that transfer to $75,000 from normally a $300,000 transfer. And the reason I did that was because the 25% fund balance was in, we had underspent the budget because of COVID. And we just didn't do anything. Jeff couldn't get any workers or guys to come out, all that stuff. So things dropped like a rock. And so we underspent the budget and then we didn't get enough money. So that transfer was reduced. And I had been saying, and you've heard this in the finance committee meeting, expect that transfer to go back up to the 300 number. Well, this year when I was going through it, I was looking at the expenses for this year and the projections, because I don't want to get sidetracked, but going through the projections, it appeared that I could lower it down to whatever I'm doing, 250, 200, I don't remember the number. Anyway, lower it from the 300,000.
250, yeah, you have 250 going in there.
And then going forward, it's back around that 300 number to meet the 25%, okay? The biggest drivers in the numbers going up for transfers is the inflation factor. Cost of payment, cost of fuel, everything's going up. And so the answer to your question is, I'm not at all gonna recommend reducing the 250 number.
But can it come out of rate?
No.
It's
Not
operation.
that one.
Okay.
The other one was a good point. Yeah, not that one.
One last observation also I had on the debt, just the debt page.
Yep.
The debt fund or whatever the debt
Yep.
we have.
Go to, I know this is my heart, so.
Yeah, no, so I know you have, in there you have like 25%,
Well,
minimum balance, right? And I think there was like, I think I made
there's
down
133,000.
133,000 in there. So if we made that 5%, then we can at least, you know, I mean, like about 100,000 can be moved back into the general
Explain
fund.
why. I'm gonna cut you off because it's a real short answer to what you're getting at. That has nothing to do with 25% debt service. It has everything to do with bond covenants. So the bond covenants say we will have a certain amount of interest and principal, the minimum amount of set. So it's set by bond covenants, not related to 25% whatsoever. When we did the financial policies, I just let that go because bond covenants are gonna drive that number. And so that's what that is all about.
So
So we
bond,
have,
okay, if you can explain it.
14 more years.
Percent for that 25% group?
No, it's not. It has to do with the amount of your principal and interest payment. It's under the bond covenants.
So you have to maintain that 133
Yeah,
under
and
the
it
bond?
also helps with our AAA bond rating, okay? So if you are out of compliant, I have to file what they call an EMMA report to say that, and that's the Securities and Exchange Commission, that says that I'm out of compliance, and I do that twice a year. So,
It's a legal requirement that your bond counsel has to have, obviously,
Yeah.
counsel, but it's pretty clear. It's come up in the last probably, what, let's say,
no, it's been there all along.
it has been, yeah,
Yeah, bond covenants have always been there for general obligation bonds.
yeah. But there's been brothers to it.
So I have a question, and
Yes.
it's really grasping at straws, but it's more of a scenario
These are all
we're
great
inquiring about. So I noticed that you do differentiate between online and local sales tax income. Would it be beneficial to consider, and I don't even know if it's legal, raising the sales tax for online transactions? I told you, it's a straw grasp.
I know.
Like 0.1%.
I don't know. I think you only increase the sales tax rate, you can't differentiate.
Online versus local.
Categories.
Told ya.
Yeah. But, great thought, because that would help to put some more.
But the mayor, you do make a good point, and I didn't clarify that well enough earlier, but when I was talking about your sales tax base, you've got the local retail sales tax, which is, I wanna be very kind and considerate when I say this, but it's anemic when it comes to your local. Your online is almost double that, and then you've got some construction sales tax, which is, that's unpredictable variable, yes. So what you're really looking at is a retail sales tax base for your brick and mortar, and I think maybe some of that online might also be included in brick and mortar, since you can order online, but obviously,
That's true.
but you're roughly.
Actually, what I do is I go
Let
through.
me explain, but that $400,000 some number, that is really low for getting this side. You really don't have a real good, strong retail sales tax base, so looking at, you're looking at something like that might be obviously very difficult.
And that's because we don't have like a big box store. We have grocery stores, which a lot of that, what they sell is tax exempt.
Non-taxable.
So,
Yeah.
Well, and there's an Amazon Fresh going in Renton. That's gonna hurt us.
What is?
Amazon Fresh going in Renton. It's gonna hurt us. Yeah,
the
there's one
grocery
factory
stores,
already.
I mean, a lot of that stuff, you don't, it's not even taxed.
Again, it's
There's no
small,
sales
it's
tax
small,
on it.
right?
Yeah,
Again,
this
it's
Yeah.
small,
is-
it's
Yeah,
small, it's small.
exactly.
Even if you increase it by 1%, you're only bringing up.
Well, you could increase it by 10%,
It
which
still would.
which is on your base would be about the, it's, I think, whatever the number is, but it's like, I think it's, 0.2%, 1% on every $10, whatever, so it's not a lot of money. You're looking at, if you increase your base by 10%, you're only looking at $40,000 for retail sales for your local sales. It's just not a lot of money.
Yeah, Paul's comment earlier about public safety levy makes a lot lot of sense to me in that because it's the biggest piece of our expenditure. I mean, we're spending, $5+ million on fire safety, or police, fire, other. If we can find a way to offset that somehow, I mean, that recovers much more revenue. The bang for your buck on that, recovering revenue into the general fund, is much higher. So if the idea of a utility tax makes people feel like, oh, that's just free money we're giving the city, then if we earmark funds for specific things like fire, police fire, and other, then we don't have to recover the entire $5 million plus budget for the year. If we can recover a third of that unearths maybe a couple $1 million worth of revenue that allows us to maintain our standards. So I mean, it's just fun. We're kicking ideas around. So
If you did an EMS levy or a public safety levy, you'd be limited to 50 cents per thousand.
okay, so we'd have to do the math.
Which in today's dollar,
Based on,
I can't remember if it was 22 or 23 assessed value, I think it might have been 22.
but then our assessed values have been climbing steadily.
Yeah, but then when you do if you do an EMS levy or a public safety levy, you'll still be limited to the 1%. It's not like if you did a general obligation bond where then next year to pay your bond, it's limited to
But at least we know where that money was going to specifically. We could say this supports police and fire specifically.
and it's easy to appreciate.
And then it becomes an easily forecastable, revenue.
And as part of it, it's got to be titled correctly. So I felt like the last referendum was not titled correctly.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
It was
but
just not
to be
To
even,
the point.
yeah, but to be even more on the nose about it, to say this is exactly what that money does.
Exactly.
Then there's no question as to, why residents are doing it.
Well, I think, besides the city council being divided on it, I think there's some bigger issues that happen with that initiative. One is, we had a $900,000 shortfall that year, and council passed a resolution saying we were gonna do fiscal sustainability. And we said, in the following April meeting, that we were gonna do an initiative process. So, I think what happened that year was so out of the scope of anybody's thoughts at Newcastle or any other city, was COVID and pandemic. Because, I was working remote, and it wasn't real conducive to talk to city council even during that time frame about what was going on. Plus, things were shifting very quickly. I mean, I remember doing a fiscal economic analysis in May, and it was red, yellow, green. Green means we're going forward and things are gonna be fine in a couple of months. And if you recall, we were gonna open City Hall every 2 months. We didn't do it for 2 years, right? And so, I think that's part of the thing. Plus, we shut everything down. We couldn't go to training events nationally or even gatherings. We didn't have any events. We didn't have a 4th of July. We didn't have a whole bunch of stuff. And so what ended up happening is that $900,000 ended up being $10,000 to the good. And here we were gonna ask for a utility tax on top of that. We had the perfect storm, if you will, that 2020 year. Plus, we shut everything down in terms of development revenue. And we only had 3 houses that year. But everybody and their brother went out and built a new deck. I'm at home. I'm gonna build a fence. I'm gonna build a deck. I'm gonna build a new add-on. And development revenue actually popped because of that, not because of the 3 homes. And we had a revenue stream that was pretty good. 2021 rolls around. What has happened? We're still under COVID. But what happens is inflation on lumber supplies skyrocketed, and development revenue crashed too, even though some of the projects went forward. Now, when you look at what Tron was pointing out, well, we only did $75,000 in transfers. We didn't. How come this grew up 300,000? Well, it's not a good basis to draw from because 2020 and 2021 were really bad years to evaluate against. so you can't benchmark that, right? So it looks like, wow, you're raising $300,000. Well, really what we're doing is, we have two things going on. We have inflation, and we're going back to levels we were at 2019, okay? And so those are the two things that are really changing the dynamics of 2023. And where are we at? Where we were 2 years ago, when we said I had $1 million shortfall, we're right back at 1.1 again, which is about a 10% increase over what was 2 years ago, which stands to where the inflation figures are right now. And it's not salaries. Salaries didn't go up 10%. So it isn't that. Selection of benefits, you know, because change of employees, that has a big factor. But other than that, it's services and services, even services, okay? Community development services are going up because new development's coming in for 2023. So we have a fundamental problem. And the answer to the question, I've heard from 3 council members and the mayor, I've heard from you 3. My opinion, and I hope you two can chime in here, is that we need to all be on board with the same resolution. And I don't think cut yourself out. I appreciate promise like, do this, do this, do this, and I will, promise you. but it's not gonna fix the problem, the overall arching problem. So, anyway.
I've been doing this for 7 years, and every year it's the same story. It's the dog chasing the tail. And it gets a little tiring because we haven't rectified this problem already. And I know COVID was just 2 years of we don't know what the heck's going on, we're just flying by the seats of our pants. COVID, and you can't compare anything to 20 and 21.
Yeah.
You might as well throw them out the window.
But the one thing nice about if the utility tax would have passed, okay, just saying the what if. To your point, Chris, you can turn the dial and say, I'm gonna lower property tax, and not go and put it in the base, and not raise property taxes. And I can turn up the dial or turn the dial down on utility tax. Okay, those are the two things you can do, and they're pretty easy to do because they're dependable. Okay, development revenues are dependable. Sales tax is becoming more because of retail, and some very good questions were brought up today about that. But economic development is not going to solve that problem with what our problem is right now with the city of Newcastle government, which is $1.1 million in the hole. With that, I'd like to hear what you guys have for ideas, because I don't know. At the end of the day, it's not the city managers and me helping solve the problem. It's the city council, because it's your government, your city. We just do what you want us to do, and then we make recommendations. This budget today is all about giving you the best information to make the best decision. That's all I'm trying to do.
You'll see there's no fat in our budget. When you get the preliminary budget, there hasn't ever been fat.
I don't know how many studies we've done where we said FTEs per thousand in all of the different sections of administration, finance, everybody, all the way through, and we're underserved and more efficient, if you want to call it efficiency, but less than FTE per thousand in any of the departments of any organization in King County, period.
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
I was like, I don't want to, I feel like we speak about a lot of this in absolutes. I feel like I want to really emphasize that a lot of this is a yes and, right? A lot of this is what I call a yes and. So there are little, like, I don't want to say there's no recut, I think there are little places to review, right? I appreciate when we were looking at our T-Mobile renewal lease, and Councilmember Lacodia reached out about looking at the sort of access, and then I talked with Rob Wyman about it, and he said, oh yeah, this is like something we can look at, and we'll come back to another date. I understand me harping on economic development and housing density and other side. It's not going to fill the whole pie, but it's not something to not look away from. It's something that we need to, there's other aspects besides financial of, what businesses builds the community, builds the character. It's all this too. I think we haven't done a good job of framing with all this. I think we haven't done a good job of having community input as much as we would like. I know we have the normal spaces for community to come in like a council meeting, and like a community survey and other aspects, I think we can do more. I think we can do listening sessions. I don't want to be dismissive and talk down to folks about this issue that are more concerned about finances, that are concerned about taxes. There's a story to be told there. And I want to have those conversations. And I think through those conversations, you also have education. You have, for both sides, right? If they would learn more, maybe we would learn more as well. But we can't, we're falling into this, like we have a split group, we're falling into this dichotomy of one versus the other, right? And I don't want to jump on the idea of a levy per se and then ignore these other aspects because then we lose the community richness aspects. I don't want to, and so I would love to see more built-in community input and then making sure those spaces are aware too. So just, I mean, frankly, like I would love to see it, like let's make it accessible to working class people. Let's make it accessible to other folks. I know there are folks that are love to comment with it consistently and they'll still be there, but let's make it more accessible to other folks as well to have more community. So I think that part of this.
So if I may, let's respond to that. Is this budget includes citizen survey, a bus retreat, and it seemed like there was something else to help talk about, take that to town if you wanted to. So those things are in there that weren't in there in 2022, but we still did them there, which caused us to go over budget, and we're under budget overall. But they're in this budget now. There's CPA, say something.
You're not ready for it, but you're gonna get it anyway.
I am ready for it.
You know, we spend a lot of money through consultant fees to tell us how to develop the city. And we haven't been able to develop any of it because it means that we would move all the businesses out to Coal Creek Parkway, and then we'd put apartments on top of them. And that was going to be our solution to helping us out. And then most of the time we forget that we are a 4.5 square mile city with 13,400 residents and no underlying businesses. Well, we've got a couple of service stations and we've got some restaurants, but we don't have really anything like a Costco or Walmart or maybe 2 Walmarts. So we don't have a lot of other taxing situations that come into our city. And we run surveys and then people say, well, we'd like to see you live within your means. And some of the council doesn't even know what that means, I don't think, but anyway, it would, they'd like to see us live within our means. It would be, you could do that, but it's going to look pretty skinny because some of the programs we've been used to having would fall away because we wouldn't have the money to pay for it. So, we've only got so much money. We find ourselves in this situation. I've been involved with the city for 4 or 5 years now, and we've seen this every year. That the first year I was involved, they were $500,000 short, and they wanted to do a utilities tax that year, and this area filled up, and the people spoke out against it, and the council decided not to vote on it. I wasn't on the council then, so they found the money otherwise that we needed, so it wasn't a really big problem. But, since then, we've had a bigger problem every year, and like he said, the pandemic hit, everything went south, and we wound up our first year with a profit. That's something that we weren't used to, because and I don't know what the solution is. I think that we need to probably sit down and think about, are we asking too many services that the people are willing to pay for? This I don't know.
I'd like to hear, what do you think is too many services?
Well, we have services that I think that probably the citizens aren't willing to pay for, and that's probably why the utilities tax failed.
What services do you think?
What services? Well, you know, we have, people that, are parks and what have you. And I've over the years heard people argue about, well, we don't need a park manager, but, we get one every year anyway, so.
We don't have a park manager.
Well, we don't have, but we will have because it's on the schedule to hire somebody.
It's a parks planner.
Parks planner, yeah, okay. Same difference.
No, it's not.
I want to acknowledge, not necessarily agreeing, but acknowledge what Tom is saying, that one of those issues you need to talk about with the residents is saying, you know, what services are you willing, if you can't come up with additional revenues, what services they might be willing to part with? And that's, I call it the forced choice or you know, the role of government, that other cities have done that. And it's a pretty arduous task, but it really helps for the council to have the community define, you know, what do the folks want. Survey is one thing, but actually getting down there and actually talking to folks and, you know, taking an inventory and saying, you just heard everything of the inventory of what the city provides, services and the programs and the projects. And it may come to that, to help you folks to reinforce the idea that you have a structural balance, and it's been long in the making, so it's not going to be an easy thing to get you back out of. But you don't start now, I think you are, but you don't start now, you're going to see a really serious problem in a matter of 2 or 3 years. This thing is not going to go away with some cuts in your features, unless you take a fairly large amount out. You've got a structural issue for the next several years that's going to continue to grow.
But a good share of our services are mandated. You know, we're required by the state to provide those as an incorporated municipality. So.
That's what I was just saying earlier.
Exactly.
I know we can try to suggest one way or the other how you do that, but you've got very little discretion about what you can look at for services as far as cutting things. So, go ahead and continue the discussion.
I think one place we can start on, if you can update that model created by management
Well,
partners.
I'm going to do that for the next go around, but you know what I wanted to hear today is what it is you guys, I think we have a revenue problem. I've been saying
Yeah,
that.
no, and that model has
And that
those
model-
scenarios,
and
so
so that
it'll be a good idea. I can go and play with it and,
And then-
you know, it kind of
Yeah,
helps.
I haven't updated because number one, I mean, we finished this at 8 o'clock last night. And all of the data comes in, it takes, well, it's taken ever since June 30th or whatever to get to this point. And that's why when you were asking, it's updated. It's not that easy, but now we have data and we can put it up and it's more up to date. And the nice thing about it is it's got the inflationary numbers that we're seeing based upon what we've got now. So in October, I'll have that model updated and just turn the knobs of what you guys think we should do in terms of options. But what I need to, I need to stay quiet and listen to you guys about what you think we need to do for solutions, because we depend on you guys entirely, and I think we need all of you, not just a simple majority or whatever. I want to make one comment, and I don't know if it's going to bristle your feathers or not, but I want to, the project planner, 65% of their salary came out of capital. Only 35% came out of the general fund. So we only saved $20,000, and out of that, I think the citizens got ripped off. And the reason they got ripped off is because we had a $500,000 grant that we couldn't exercise, and we had a $1.3 million project we couldn't execute because we didn't have a project planner. So in terms of that, I think the citizens got ripped off in culture and recreation because we didn't build something that we couldn't have. And, you know, you guys can rectify that. So it's only $35,000. That's money well spent. $500,000 of it is grant related.
So in those terms, I think I forgot to ask one question.
Yep.
I know you had in there the lobbyist for the full year.
No,
And we-
2022, yes, this year it is. Yes.
Yeah, because, but the Washington and the legislature is not in session for the full year, and I know we did well with partial year. So-
You had a partial coverage this year for the partial session. The full session starts really now, because you're getting ready for 2023 session. It's a full 105-day calendar. And you're gonna need somebody to be down there pushing for, especially, I'll call it, funding for capital issues. That's where you're gonna find some money. There's always, I'm not sure how they term it nowadays, but there's a pot of money that the legislators, I think it's the Senate, they obviously look at, but they bring home to their constituents, if they will, the districts. And you gotta have somebody constantly, what I'll say, in the lead down there, or the tip of the spear, to make sure that your interests are being addressed and being looked after. Because otherwise you're gonna require your staff, which I frankly don't think you have, time to bring down there, and/or council members to go down there. But you're gonna still need council members to testify at periodic times in favor of some of those things. But if there's money to be had, you wanna be there and get your fair share from the project.
Well, and Holly and I are meeting in September, you know? I mean,
Process starts now,
yeah, exactly. I mean, they need to have their radar on what is coming from the legislators. What kind of bills, what kind of initiatives? We know we're going to be impacted. We're going to be impacted heavily by housing and ADUs, and we need to have that on our radar.
I was gonna add too, because I talked with Holly actually for 3 hours, and we see what's happened quite a bit. Yeah, I think it's gonna go up slightly, I believe about 3,000, but that is something we absolutely, I'm just saying, if you're saying cannot cut, the reason I say that is because the returns we get on that are.
No, I'm not asking to cut, I was just trying to make sure if it's, because last year it was partial year, so I wasn't sure it's there for full year.
So this is a
Great questions.
The example I can give you is that, I was talking with, Rep. Ty, and she was talking with, we were talking about the aspect of like, okay, like future budget asks, right? And the budget is done in an even year, so they were looking at, for, the next year, the legislature would have a budget in 2024. People are already planning projects for that now, and people are already like outlining those projects and talking about all those different things. So it is a year-round process. We're doing a lot of work in the interim, and if we want to get that return on investment from this, it's having that aspect year-round, having that work, and then, Holly talked to me too about having people go testify, but having,
But last year, if I understood correctly, a big part of this year was, a pilot program, if you will, with your lobbyists.
Yeah.
And to get a full service, and Paul's correct, I wanna make sure we're clear on this. The state's biennium will start July 1 of 2023, for the next 2 years. And that process, as I mentioned earlier, starts now for you folks. You need to have a legislative agenda, you need to have those projects figured out that you wanna have pursued by your, whoever represents you down there. So you can be hopefully in line to get some of those monies. I can assure you other cities have done it routinely over the years.
and I was just gonna say, Rep. Ty, when she was describing our district, she said, Bellevue always asks for things and they get things. Mercer Island always asks for things and they get things. Newcastle, she described as never asking for things, so it's not a practice with the, she describes Sammamish that way too, of just not engaging, not asking for things. And,
But we did it
Until
this
last
year,
year.
and then we got it.
Exactly,
And
so
we
we
have
got multiple.
Chief back here who fights tooth and nails. You guys are still fighting the Blake decision, aren't you? You know?
But yeah, so essentially we saw the dividends this year, right, with the cemetery, with, there's a couple of projects.
Lake Warren Dock.
Yeah, Lake Warren Dock, all that, so it's, that ask part is huge.
And that's not gonna help solve, even if we were to cut it out, which I'm not recommending. You still, I mean, it's only 7,000 or something, or 10, wasn't very much money. So we still have a $1.1 million thing, so,
Yeah, it's peanuts.
but I wanna hear more questions, cause these are great.
Don, oh, go ahead, Ariana. I've talked a lot. Oh, Don, do you feel like, and I know we're supposed to go to affordable housing, but when we had an opportunity to increase our sales tax to the 10.1 and get that 1%, that 0.1%,
We did.
but it goes to the county. We didn't do it.
No, because we joined the county, we
Yes.
got to keep our share of that.
But we
Which is
do.
only about $12,000.
Okay, that was my
And
question.
that goes to March, we increased it, so.
Yeah, okay,
Oh,
okay.
I was gonna ask that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that answers his question too.
So I just wanna kind of bring it back to a high level, we have a big problem, right? In out years especially, but we also have, so I really do, I know people keep saying this, but I love all this conversation about all the like, okay, let's get creative about this and that. But I think that that's not a bad thing, kind of what, to Paul's point, the yes and, we should do that. But that's looking at 1 year. That's really looking at tweaking 1 year, which is part of the job, it's good. We also, at the same time, yes, and we need to look at these out years. Good news, we have built up a lot of reserves over time. Dowd spoke to that earlier. Last budget season, I made a motion to move some of that money that had been built up in the general fund to the cumulative reserve fund for exactly the reasons that we are gonna start talking about, which is we have these shortfalls. So the question is, are we gonna use that reserve to cover those shortfalls? And we wanna do that transparently. So looking at 2023, looking at all the years really, to me, in the general fund especially, the most important thing is ending fund balance, meeting the minimum reserve policy of 25%. Unfortunately, we're there, it's not happening. That's the cliff. That's where what we've been leading up to all these years, what we've been afraid of. And we have, right now, we have enough money to cover that this year. We don't after this year. And so I'm one council member, I'm one vote. I feel comfortable. We can absolutely look at little things that we can make this 2023 budget the best that it can be. But I feel comfortable using reserves this year. That's why they're there, in my opinion. But we have to commit as a council, as a full council, to have real in-depth discussions and come and make hard decisions in 2023, early 2023, to solve this bigger issue in out years. And whether that's cutting services, whether that's adding revenues, all of the above, here and there, right? A combination, and will be a combination, let's be honest. We need to commit to being able to make those decisions. It's a hard decision. It's not a fun decision, but that's why we're on the council. That's our job. And we have to be able to come together and compromise and make those decisions that's going to be best for the community. And I hope that we can all commit to that in 2023, starting with a real retreat with our new city manager to talk about goals, and that's going to help guide us to make those decisions.
I did.
All right, well, so what we face as a local government is a general distrust of government in overall, right? You look at the national level, you look at the state level, it's a train wreck, right? So people, and I'm included, right, because I was on the outside looking in, all government sucks, right? Because mostly it does, right? So I want to see the next meeting where we have more detail, right? I'm not opposed to any solution or problem, right? But my distrust of government, right, is well-founded, and I hope you all understand that, right? We have, government's a disaster, right? And I'm not saying in any particular people in this room, right? Because locally, I think, you know, I see people are trying to do their best, but people's reflection, because they don't pay attention to what goes on locally, that's reality, right? People around, they hear news, they hear national news, they hear state news, they don't hear news from Newcastle city government. So in their minds, what's happening? It's all, everybody hates each other, fighting, it's a mess. So by transference, our local government becomes evil as well, right? Does that make sense to anybody, right? So I think, now that I'm on the inside, right, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna support any tax, right, I'm not there yet. But if we wanna differentiate ourselves as a local entity from what people hear in the noise, right, that would make a huge difference. So that, I see, right, from listening to everybody here, all of us have to do a better job of telling what we're about and why we're different than what you're hearing on the news, right? We're not hiring 87,000 IRS agents to pound you or all this other bullshit that they do, right? Why are we different and why are we making better decisions that you can trust us? And we're not there in the community, right? The utility tax was crushed, it was overwhelming. And information came out on both sides and people still made decisions and they said no, right? And so that comes from a general distrust of government that we do not, as a group, do enough to counter. That's my opinion, right? You can agree or disagree, right? That's why I think we're not connecting with the community. That's why.
So let me ask you a question. I'm gonna challenge you on this.
Please do.
So, you're in a role that you can persuade that negativity by giving them information that's accurate. If I give you all that information, you'll have it by October. Would that convince you? I mean, I'm trying to differentiate, what is it that you would need that would convince you that, oh my God, Don and Scott are right. We have a problem.
Yeah, I want to see more detail in some of these funds.
Sure.
Adam has asked questions like, what can we do? Can we move some of this stuff? Is it, are these assumptions all correct? And with the next meeting, if you come back and you can convince me, sure, absolutely, right?
I mean, your trust of me is important as well as it is to you, that citizen, right?
Exactly.
So that's what needs to happen, right? So, okay, I can load you up all kinds of information.
Please do.
Come see me. Don't pass it on social media. Come see me next
I don't
time.
post anything on social media. Well, except for my newsletter, which
That's
was
what
a
I've
big
heard.
hit lately. You hear that, right?
So I heard that.
Okay, we need to move on to next steps. I know we have a parking lot item. Not 100% sure who was keeping our parking lot. I know some of the. Okay, that's a word. Okay, all right. Anything else?
I was a party to trying to get the emissions tax approved 2 years ago. And that didn't fly. Again last year, and it still didn't fly. But if we would have got it 2 years ago, we would have been up ahead by 750,000 by now.
Emissions tax, that's large.
No, she's talking 250 per year, 3 years.
But is that, we need to have a real, is that a real number? Cause I don't know that.
You know what's hard about that is, so I had to depend upon Rich Crispo for a lot of that information, and because the golf course has, the way they work, is they have a membership fee that includes so many golf, rounds and whatnot. And so I don't have, it's hard to figure it out, the data about it, but the best I could come up with at the time was about 225 to 250, and that was, I don't remember how many years ago, 4
4 or 5 years ago, probably.
And so, I think that's the number you're using, 250 times 3.
Right.
So,
Absolutely.
anyway.
I mentioned wanting to do a study session on it. I think that should be part of our holistic strategy too. I agree
So-
with you.
Yeah, I do
So
too.
what I would do, at the next meeting is I would have the fiscal sustainability, I'd have 5 or 6 options. One would be a property tax initiative, one would be a, emissions tax, and another would be utility tax. And probably those 3, pick for a 4th one, maybe retail sales, TBD was challenged, so I don't know. we would still,
Here's what I would suggest you could do, and that is, you could get the information, and I think there's variations on a theme, for instance, the property tax, the levy limit, there's 2 or 3 different types of ways you can look at that. Same thing with retail sales tax. So it's important that you get that research, or you get to have some of your staff compile that and put it into some type of a white paper, so the council can read about that. They can understand and appreciate the different types of the forms of revenue enhancement that you could look at least to start the discussion. You also want to talk about, when's this thing gonna come home to roost, so to speak? It looks like it's, it's here now, but you wanna look at something for next year, say August, or you want it the following year, you gotta start at least 12 months out.
If we're looking at the if we're looking at the revenue toolbox, it would be helpful to say, here, each tool in your toolbox, here's the impact each one of these can have.
Also, marijuana excise tax, we have said no to everything, which means there is potentially money that we're not getting just because we said absolutely nothing. And it does not mean that there's gonna be, say, marijuana sales, cannabis sales in Newcastle. It just means we should look at that again and get our cut, that we just have to say, basically we just have to say it's not banned and we get some money. So it's just another thing. It's not a lot, but it's another tool.
Well, and as I get going, I'm gonna be asking to meet with each of the council members, and so hopefully I'll be able to have more in-depth discussion with each of you. Hopefully that helps the whole also, as far as making sure it's all on the table and we can go get information to staff.
I just wanna say one last thing too before we adjourn, and that is, my door's always open. So if anybody has a question about something or wants to realize something, there's 2 venues you can bring it through. One is one-on-one with me. The other, and I prefer, is through the finance committee, because then that's got 3 council members already there. 3 of you heard it, but questions I can just readily answer, okay? So just ask me the question. It's always open. The door's always open.
I want to make sure, I don't miss this opportunity to say this as a parting shot, maybe, or words, but you gotta remember, Don, this is a council-managed form of government, and I'm not suggesting that it hasn't been a friendly environment, but I think you wanna make sure you check with the new city manager about the relationship building. I'll let you go down, he may wanna sit with you,
Yeah,
as an
that's true.
example, but I just
Well,
can't be
my
caught wrong.
practices with Rob Lyman was
I
always
understand.
to keep him abreast of everything that's gone through before it actually happened, so.
I'll make sure you're careful
And
with that.
emails especially with answers to them, for everyone out was vetted, so.
So, if something was brought to the finance committee, would that create a quorum because that's 4 council members?
Oh, the answer to the question would be, just for a question. So if there was, a question brought up, not everything has to go, it depends on what it is, I suppose. If there was something, I wanna talk about utility tax, and that's definitely a committee.
And in and of itself, having 3 committee members on stuff would not make it a quorum.
No, but if a 4th person
Yes.
came into play
Yes.
and said, will you bring this up?
Yeah, you have to be careful with what's said.
I mean.
Well, I didn't mean in person, I meant posted question.
Hi, Paul. Welcome to the table.
So I interpreted what you were saying about bring it to the finance committee to mean advocate with your finance committee members or give us ideas in the finance department of things to bring and discuss with the finance committee. Because absolutely, a 4th council member may not attend the finance committee.
That's right.
It's very clear in your policies.
I didn't mean it in that terms, I meant.
And the reason is that the minute before the council member shows up, it's not a finance committee meeting anymore, it's a city council meeting.
Right.
Thank you.
Good point, Paul.
Okay, anything else?
I was gonna ask about, Don's mentioned a couple of times your next meeting together. I would encourage you to add another study session or workshop, not wait till October, but it's up to you folks how you wanna do that. I know they still gotta compile the preliminary budget, but something I think it's important and it's urgent. So to me, it's in the upper right quadrant. If I were still carrying on, I'm not suggesting I want to tell Scott what to do, but this needs to be addressed, and you need to continue that discussion in a very prompt manner. That's my recommendation or suggestion to you.
I agree with you, Bob. I feel like a half-day workshop on a Saturday, October 22nd, which is our next one, is when we'll get the preliminary budget. We'll probably get it a couple days ahead of time, in tradition. But to go through that prelim budget and have a conversation about, you know, the revenue toolbox, thank you for that term, it's not enough time. So it comes down to a whole day Saturday, or can you work in another workshop during the week? I mean,
I prefer during the week.
I do too.
Just so you guys folks are aware too, my practice or my experience has been that doing the budget for the following year is a whole separate concept than talking about future years out. And this should be a separate and distinct discussion, and you should not necessarily try to tie them together in any one budget cycle.
This is the way I see playing out, is that, and I hope I'm wrong, because I want to convince you. If I can't convince you about my stuff, then I've got a problem. I always take the person that I think is the hardest to sell, and I think that's you, and probably you. And if I can't convince you, then we have, it needs to be that you believe in the services that the city's providing. Okay, that's what I believe it needs to be. If you believe in the services, public safety, fire, administration, and your culture and recreation is a big piece of that. You heard Scott talk about Birdcrest and an 80% passage rate. You guys are convinced about that, then, and the numbers behind it, then what else is there that you can argue about, right? So, I have my work cut out for me, and that's okay. I don't mind, because all I have to do is, it's electronic document now. I got it in there. I can start working on it between now and October. And thank you, Bob, for saying that, because I think that in 23, Ari's right. We can make a decision on 23 and balance the budget with reserves. Is that really the answer long term? And I am adamant that it is not. And Bob is absolutely correct. It is in the right quadrant. We need to do something. We need to do something now for 23 and 24. Or at least do some action item in 23 for 24. Because if you wait till the end of this time frame next year, it's too late. It's way too late.
So are we gonna try to schedule a study session, or?
Let me look at my archery season. Just Scott and I have to talk.
I would like to see the model updated before the study session, because
I would think that would be part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Don, whenever you can get, like, you know, because without that, I don't think so the study session would.
And that's when that discussion is when that model is so useful. That's how we used it in the past. And I agree with you. I think that's the right time to see that and use it and play around with it as a group, especially.
That model had, I want to recall, 4 or 5 assumptions in both revenues and then 4 or 5 like on expenditures. And I don't know if I added 6, let's say, or 7. I'm not sure that, then I destroy the model, and I don't want to do that. So I got to be careful about how many options we choose. I have to look at back into it.
Well, I'm sure some of the stuff that was on it
I know, John,
Not relevant
that
anymore.
the council voted to put the penance money in a situation where it can start getting paid out. This ship that has sailed and we can't do anything with it?
No, you haven't approved the resolution yet.
Pardon?
You haven't approved the resolution.
Okay,
Councilman.
if we don't approve that, then we could use those funds to help out, like Rob has been trying to get the council to, understand that we're in a situation where we need all the funds available. That was the thing we, found out at the town hall. But, the people at the town hall wanted us to use those funds to, hang on to them instead of spend them.
Okay, can I preface one thing, and Bob has said it over and over, and I'm gonna say it again, and you're right, okay, first of all, I'm gonna say you're right. I wanna say this, I have been doing this since 1980s, and I remember Ronald Reagan cutting out federal revenue sharing, it was one-time monies, and we funded our police department with it, in the town that I was in. When we did that, it was, we were in dire straits, and that got cut, because we were dependent upon federal revenue sharing. This is one-time money, okay?
Understand
And
that.
so,
It was achieved though by, it was a replacement revenue to the city for what the city lost.
Right, and you can absolutely use it for that, okay? Not saying you can't.
Pardon?
I'm not saying you can't, you're right.
Right.
So, you have this one-time stream of money, and you can bridge your time frame, and you can, not saying you can't, 23, you have $3 million sitting in there. The $1.5 million Ari mentioned, and $1.6 million, I think it was, we haven't spent yet, minus the monies for the annex and the, and then Potomac brought up a great point about $250,000, I'll look into that. But even still, that money can be used to bridge while you make a decision. It's the indecision, right, Bob? It's the indecision that can create problems. And that's what we needed now to develop a plan in 23, because if you wait till 24 and a million out this year, here in 23.
I've been saying right along, if we don't do our jobs, we're gonna be in trouble downstream.
Yes, yes. We're in agreement.
I've been saying that in many council meetings.
Yeah. But you did 2 years ago.
Pardon?
You didn't say that 2 years ago when we did the utility tax.
I didn't say it 2 years ago.
No.
I probably said it 2 years ago. If we don't do our jobs, we, are gonna be in trouble, because I could see bankruptcy down the line 3 or 4 years from now. And you say, oh, it can't be, we won't go bankrupt. Well,
we won't go bankrupt because we'll cut services.
But
the public doesn't want services cut.
Well, I don't know that, and you maybe know that, but I
Well,
don't know.
okay, so one thing that's in this budget, just so you guys know, a citizen survey. The citizen survey will tell you what the public wants, if it's written correctly. Help me out, guys.
Statistically valid. The town hall was not statistically valid.
No, that one wasn't. The citizen survey in 23 will be statistically valid.
And it was statistically valid in 21 and in 19. And so I highly recommend anyone who hasn't looked at it recently, go back and review it, because it did say some things about what the community did expect in terms of services.
Yes.
It's an excellent.
You should pull that back out again.
March is number one.
You should include that in your next discussion, have those touch points, that's all good information for council to make an informed decision about. Right?
Yeah.
And I'll just mention it again, that when you're getting one-time revenues, I think it's really important that you use them for one-time capital. You can certainly use it for operational, but you're really artificially exposing yourself to what's gonna be coming up behind that. You still have to make that decision. I think Don said earlier, you gotta plan ahead. I think everybody understands that. I don't wanna beat that thing to death, but you gotta plan ahead now for 2024. 2023, it's an exercise in balancing the budget, and didn't want the council to debate that today. It's too difficult. That's an easy solution, frankly. You can balance the budget, but you'd be debating how we balance the budget, rather than looking at what I think is the long-term impact of that whole thing. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Adjourned. Well, at least he's trying to convince you means you're very influential in the community. You can turn the table.